to sin, Yeah, there you go. We're working. We're good. Paper check.
If you find it missing out of your closet, I stole it. You know where to come look for it. That was dang. Amazing. Thanks. I love it too.
All right, thank you everybody for joining us this evening. We're going to go ahead and get started. This isn't an official business meeting, so we don't have to call a meeting to order. But we will go ahead and get into our discussion this evening. From last Tuesday's meeting, it was good to hear from the public, and so we have taken a lot of the questions via public comment and from email to get those addressed as much as we can tonight, and then the board will have the discussion in public so everybody can hear what that is. This is a normal workshop, so if you haven't attended one of our workshops before, there's really no audience participation, so no clapping or booing or anything like that. Because you may agree with some things we say, you may disagree with some things that are said. I do ask that if you're having a conversation with your neighbor, just be mindful that probably the person next to you is really wanting to hear what is being said. So you're welcome to step out into the lobby and have those conversations. So hopefully the meeting will be less than 6 hours. So anyways, but for all our sakes, right? But if you wouldn't mind standing with me, we're going to go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and then we'll kick off. So, all right. All righty. Well, Dr. Hill, I think you wanted to kind of, or we had asked you to sort of walk us back a little bit to kind of how we got here, just so we could bring everybody along and make sure both the board and the community kind of understands why we're here.
Awesome. Well, thank you, and thanks for everybody who's in attendance and watching online as well. I was going to kick off the meeting by embarrassing Jen Marsh because it's her birthday and make us all sing, but I'm not going to do it. Happy birthday. Yeah, you can clap. We'll just clap for her. We won't sing. So, um, there's your present, Jen. I embarrassed you. So, yeah, I think obviously we've got a lot more interest in this topic now than we've had in the past. So we thought maybe we'd take a little bit of time to recap some of the information that has been shared in the past and talk a little bit about why we are where we are today. So I know Mel's gonna kind of drive the slides for me. So if we can get the slide presentation up there. There it is. Okay. So let's go back and just look at enrollment data timeline. I know that's a lot of words on a screen, but I'll try to, so bear with me for a second. But essentially, as we talked about, enrollment has been declining in D51 since the 2019-2020 school year. We have about 1,200 less students now than we did 4 years ago, and that's a little over a 5% decline in our student population. And so this is not something that that is new to us within the school system. We've known that we've had some declining enrollment over the last few years. Just a reminder for the general public, we're funded per pupil. So every less student that we have coming into the system is less funding for our school district. We receive a little over $9,000 in per pupil funding for our students. And so when a school declines in enrollment, they in turn end up receiving less FTE, which is essentially staff. And I know Mel's going to walk us through a little bit about what exactly FTE is and what is our staffing model, just for a better understanding of all that. But that's really the reason why this is such a big issue for us right now, is that with less funding and less students means less FTE at our school buildings and less staffing within our buildings. So when a school drops below a certain number, it in turn becomes harder to properly staff them for programmatic needs. And then we have to cut staff in school. We have had to cut staff in schools the last few years, especially at the middle school level. The middle school level is the one that's getting hit the hardest right now, and they've been hit the hardest over the last couple years. But every school, for the most part, has been feeling the impacts of having to cut staff from the buildings due to loss of enrollment. And so based on the projections that we've received, we are projected to continue to head in that direction and to have to cut staff even more next year, and then potentially in the out years as well. These are rough numbers, so this is based off of capacity numbers from a prior document that we had, but we have about a little under 12,000 elementary seats within our system, if you count every available seat within our elementary schools. And this does not include charters and special campuses, because I didn't have that enrollment data or the capacity data right away. But and we have 8,945 elementary students, so we're utilizing about 75% of our seats in the elementary schools. We've got about 5,398 middle school seats with about 3,798 kids. So we have about 70% usage there, and then about 6,182 high school seats with 5,642 of them being used right now, so about 91.2%. So, and obviously the impacts are hitting certain areas of town different than others. So you have some schools that are not dealing with as much decline, or maybe not any at all, and others that are declining more rapidly, but that's kind of a picture of where we are right now. And then again, this is not a new problem, but the problem it has not been addressed in the past. So that's why we're trying to look for ways to address it now. This is historical data on here, so it goes all the way back to 07, 08. And so the main point of this is that we've been pretty steady for a long period of time. And so that's why this might feel new to our community, because we haven't seen declines until recently over the last 3 to 4 years within our enrollment. So next slide. So this is Shannon's data. I won't speak for Shannon, but I'll just remind folks that this is some of the data on birth rates in Mesa County. And so part of the reasons that we're experiencing less kids coming into our school system is because of low birth rates along with other factors as well. Next slide. I think this one's pretty telling. And again, if you saw the presentation back in, I think, January, we shared this slide, but just a reminder that this is a 2017 enrollment by grade versus 2022 enrollment by grade. And you can see our cohorts that are coming into the school system and then moving through our school system are smaller than they were even 5 years ago. And so that's why we haven't seen as much of an impact at the high school level as we have seen at the middle school and the elementary level, because obviously the kids are going to move through the system over time. So we will see some impact at high school even next year and moving forward. This is Shannon's data again. So this is real numbers on top and then forecasted numbers on the bottom. And so again, we're looking at what's going to happen within our school system over the next 7 to 8 years if projections are correct, having us drop down to about 18,500 students in a district that used to be over 22,000. Next slide. There's a lot of text on this one, so I apologize. Again, if projections are accurate, we've been told that 11 historically large neighborhood elementary schools will be under 300 students by 2027. And Shani, you can correct me if I'm saying this wrong, but 8 elementary schools have or will have significantly diminished utilization by 2030, so less utilization of those buildings. 3 historically large neighborhood middle schools will be under 400 students by 2027, and then 5 middle schools have or will have significantly diminished utilization by 2030, so according to the projections. One of the questions that's been brought up is the timeline for all this and why has it felt so short. So just a couple things to point out. We use projections every year for when we make decisions. We've been using Shannon's projections as our demographer for about 18 years. Some of the work that he does for us and has done in the past provides enrollment projections, which again, we use that for staffing projections. So Mel takes those numbers and then tries to prepare staffing sheets for our buildings based off those projections. And then also assist with boundary changes that we've made in the past. And then more recently, we had to do some board member district boundary changes, and he's helped us with that as well. So our latest enrollment projection data was delivered to us on November 28th. And so that's when we first got the newest numbers showing us where we're projected to be for next year and beyond. I want to point out, I put it up here that that was not board initiated. We receive those numbers every year. I know that there's a lot of rumors and things out there that this was like some plan to try to close schools behind closed doors, and that's not the case. We got the data, and it was concerning to us that we were seeing continued enrollment loss by a significant amount, and especially in certain schools. And so we felt like we needed to bring this forward and do something about it. We notified the board in December of the enrollment projection concerns and the need to actually address it this time. Because of winter break and scheduling, we actually weren't able to have that first public presentation of Shannon's data until January 17th at that board meeting. And so he presented that data publicly, and we talked about next steps. We discussed that if consolidations were to be considered for next school year, we needed to have recommendations pretty quickly because it's a domino effect of things that would happen, and really by the end of February would have been ideal. I think at first we were even talking about March, but there was a lot of issues with that as well. So we enlisted Shannon to help us study possible candidates for consolidations after that January 17th board meeting presentation. So again, that's 1 month. I realize that's a short timeline, especially for folks that don't live this every day and haven't seen this data over the years, but it was about a month time period to try to collect as much data as we could. We talked about surveys, some of the town halls, school walkthroughs with school and district administration. We had a structural engineer come out to one of the buildings to look at it. We looked at boundary studies, board presentations, et cetera, so a lot in a short period of time. So the final recommendation was received from Shannon on the 17th. We tried to notify principals and staff at the potential closure schools as soon as possible. We wanted them to hear that before the public did, and then notified all staff and families, and then we had our board meeting on the 21st. So I would say this, for this last bullet, this is not, I would say it's not a normal time frame we would want for an important decision like this. But I want to be very clear, inaction in the past has left us in a worse situation and a real sense of urgency on our side to try to provide some relief for our school buildings who are experiencing staffing cuts due to enrollment decreases. So with that, I think is the next slide. I'm going to turn it over to Mel because I think a big question has been, what is exactly the direct impact for our schools if we don't do something? And what's the impact that's happened over the last few years for our schools? And how do we staff our buildings? And why does it depend on a number of students? And so Mel's going to walk us through some data around that.
Right. So, of course, the entirety of Shannon's projections that he provided us with through 2030 show declines in enrollment each year. And we're already seeing some of those projected declines come to fruition over the last couple of years. Like Dr. Hill said, about 1,200 students, 1,195 fewer students since 1920, which is a 5.4% decline. We've spoken to the way that our funding is averaged through the state funding formula, where when districts are declining in enrollment, the state allows for a rolling 5-year average. And so that shielded us from about half of that decline in funding to this point. Of course, that eventually catches up, right, as those higher years drop off. We have 2 higher years left in that current 5-year calculation. And so this year alone, for example, we're receiving about $5 million more in per pupil revenue than the students we actually have. So it's about a 560 FTE difference. Our per pupil revenue changes each year. So that's another factor when we start talking about projecting this over time. It really is set by the state year to year. It's through the legislative process, usually one of the last things that they do in a year. So that's a component certainly, and part of our financial story is just that dependency on state revenue. Even going forward, so if we looked at those out years in the slide prior, even fewer students are projected in the future. Those student decreases range from 225 students to 396, so almost 400 in some years through 2030, meaning that even though the declines we felt now are significant, that's still another 2,359 fewer students projected going forward. So that averaging has certainly helped us, but it spreads those reductions over time is what it does. So it allows for a system to make the changes that they need to truly have a system operating at this size going forward. So just to kind of put that all of that slide into a graph, there are several components that are shown here. The blue bars are our total student count. Student count and FTE are different. A high school student, for example, if they have a half-time schedule, we receive half funding for them. And so that's where an FTE might be different than a student count. So body count is always more than FTE. Going in the past, so in 1819 and in 1920, you see only one line there instead of the red and green line, and that's because we weren't in an averaging position. We were being funded for exactly the number of FTE that we had because our enrollment was stable. Starting in 2021 with that drop is when we started to be in averaging, and that's where we have 3 years now into there, and you can see the 2 higher years remaining in that 5-year calculation. That's what it means when we speak to that. And so the difference in between those lines may seem small, but that's the $5 million that we're receiving in funding for FTE that are out of our system. Those of us that have been around a while, right? It's important to note that this reduction is inherently different than the reductions we experienced. So if you think back to like the last recession, 2008 through 2010, that was a reduction in the amount we were receiving per student FTE versus being funded for fewer FTE. So I think that's an important distinction when we think about how we address this within our system. It's truly driven by fewer students versus less amount per student. And that's what that yellow overlay really shows is, one, we know we're very reliant on state funding. We know that there are blips within that. So if you look to 1920 to 2021, for example, there was a big dip. This is what's called a V-shaped recession. So this was a recession that we know what it was caused by, right? March 2020, everything was going great. We were looking ahead to the potential for our next year's funding, believing that we were going to have an increase in the amount of PPR. And then, of course, everything across the state, the country, the world shut down, and the economic reality of the money available across the state was very different. And so that was a year, for example, where absolutely we had to be reactory, because it wasn't until the end of June. I think we actually approved the budget June 30th for our fiscal year that started July 1st. And that was with not an increase in PPR, but a sudden decrease of 10% to our per pupil revenue. So even on this upward trajectory of PPR, which absolutely we're thankful for, that the state has been working to buy down the negative factor in recent years, economic conditions have been pretty good, aside from that blip, of course. But the other piece of that is that inflation is a component in the funding formula. And certainly we know we've had record inflation. And so that certainly is driving that per pupil revenue up as well, which means, of course, as we're all experiencing, that things are costing more at the same time. If we were to look at projections for next year, it's really early, of course. Like I mentioned, it's not until one of the last things passed in the session in May. And there haven't been any draft bills that have been presented yet. But early recommendations are that there is an 8% inflation rate that the state would use. And so that's where we have the potential for growth in per pupil funding next year. But we won't know that for quite some time. So really just to delve into the staffing model. One of the main philosophies of our staffing model is that staff follows where our students are. So whether that shifts in between schools, which has primarily been up until these last few years, those are a normal part of our process. But we applied the same ratios by level to our elementary, middle, and high. So each one has a unique ratio that's applied to their number of students, but the same across all of our schools. So when we talk about that we are overstaffed, what we're really talking is that we have some unfunded positions at each of those levels based on the ratios and student counts. So if we were looking at our October count and our staffing for this year, we see that we're 8.5 over at elementary, 23.5 over at middle, and 5 over at high school. So that's where those grades of cohorts moving through. This year is the first year that 8th grade class is moving up into high school, and it certainly will compound beyond there, where we jump here from 5 over to 14 over at the high school level. So I think each of these levels is a little bit different in what their story is in relation to their staffing and their student count. So we know that at elementary, the declines and adjustments have reduced maybe some para hours or other support positions. It's also led to fewer rounds, so more and more of our schools are in that size where they are 2 rounds versus 3 or more rounds per grade level, which can lead to unbalancing of class sizes. Within the projections for next year, most of our elementaries are 1 to 2 FTE over within the staffing model. Middle school has been and continues to be the largest area of impact. And so that's where, despite the efforts of the past few years to address these overages, mostly through attrition to this point, we're still 23 FTE over. And so that's where already there's been changing to core scheduling, some of the elective offerings, but still considerable overstaffing there. And then now, like I mentioned, it's reaching high school. So some of our middle schools, just for context, are 4 to 6 FTE over. And so if you can think about pulling that number of FTE out of a school for next year, it would be extremely difficult. Just another visual to see if this kind of hits home. The top bar, the yellow orangish color, is our total of teacher FTE. So this is anybody according to CDE's job classifications with the code of teacher. And then our blue line is our student enrollment. And so this is looking back to 2018 and looking at 5 years. You can see that we have started within the last couple of years to reduce some teacher FTE, like I mentioned, through the staffing model and through attrition. But in no way are we keeping pace with the changes in district enrollment. And so I think this is a good demonstration of, we know the difficult decisions that have already been made out at our schools to address some of the staffing to date, but that gap is ever widening, and what we're doing right now isn't keeping pace. Just to kind of further go down that path of compounding effect. So inaction or delayed action to this issue, we know that we're 45 FTE over for next year projected. If we use Shannon's projections and apply these, not all of our students fall within our regular elementary, middle, and high. So for these purposes, they won't match Shannon's enrollments because it's not including some of our program schools, our option schools, our K-12, any of those schools that are a little bit different by design and have a different staffing model. But just applying these ratios, how they could play out. In 24-25, a decrease of 273 more students would mean 0.8 fewer staffing FTE available out at schools. To play that out another year, going into 25-26, another 340 student decline would be another 21.7 fewer FTE. And so when we look at our 45 staffing FTE over and our 3.7 million difference now, I mean, this could increase it close to, I believe it's 85 positions over 3 years. And so just in that short time frame, this becomes an even more serious problem if we don't get a handle on it.
Melanie, that's in addition to what we already need to do, right?
Yeah, that's in addition. So it would be 45 plus that 39.5. So it adds up really quickly. Our group here in the strategic plan was presenting to the board just last month something very similar to this. And so just to ground ourselves in where our resources are currently going, our general fund budget, 81% of it is for instruction, pupil support, and school administration by program type. That's the graph up at the top right, which, as you would expect, the bulk of our budget is in our schools, as it should be. The bottom left hand is looking at our expenditures by type instead. And so salary and benefits are nearly 86% of our general fund budget. So the idea that we can look at the smaller pieces of these graphs as a way to cut ourselves out of this problem is unrealistic at this point. So without impacting positions, FTEs, salaries and benefits, or without impacting costs out at schools, we simply can't find these types of dollars anywhere else. So I want to walk everyone through just a couple examples of how our staffing model works, because there are some intricacies to it. And when we talk about it, I want to make sure that we're all kind of on the same page as far as the kind of staffing conversations that happen every year at this time. So outside of this consolidation process or review, this is the time of the year where we would be using Shannon's projections. We would be trying to build out staffing models for each one of our schools. And we would be sending our site directors out to work with principals to come up with their staffing for the next year. Our schools do have some autonomy in determining their needs. And so I just want to show kind of what that process might look like. And so these are the staffing sheets. I've taken off anything that's identifying, but these are real schools in our system. And so if they were sitting down with the principal of this school, they would go over their projected student FTE for the next year. They do staff just K-5. Preschool is staffed in a different manner, applying that consistent ratio. Within this model, when we say staffing FTE, that's a little bit different than just plain FTE full or half, in that there's also a budgetary component to that. So a 1.0 is a full-time teacher, whereas a principal or assistant principal or even counselors who work a little bit longer contract would be more than a 1 FTE in this model. So it's based on their pay schedule as well as the number of days that they're working. And whereas some of our classified positions, such as a para, are more of a 2 to 1 ratio, where there might be 2 adults out in a building for the same approximate budgetary cost of a teacher. And so that's where schools do have some autonomy, and each school is going to look a little bit different. But there's some factoring that a school could have some FTE above and beyond the ratio if they have a really high free and reduced lunch count, for instance. And then there's some minimum allocation, so a certain level of service that they have to provide with assistant principals, counseling, and secretarial support, just to make sure that those essential things are being covered uniformly across our district. And so the piece I really wanted to demonstrate is that this particular school, sorry if I hop back to here, they are a school that is over by 1 FTE. So if you go back down here, and so you think 1 FTE, that's not too bad, right? And certainly in the range of all of the impacts out at schools, it's not the worst. But still looking at that decision, if we were to reduce, and we never balance exactly to 0, we do allow some leeway there, right? Or they might be like 1, 1.25, somewhere in that range. But if you take their current rounds, so this school has some 2-round grades and some 3-round grades. They don't have any staff members paid from their general fund model that are interventionists. They do have a music and a PE teacher. So they have 18 certified positions. And then we just use our October count or Shannon's projected counts. We also look at January counts as part of this. Just so that we aren't relying completely on one data point of a projection, but we're also averaging their actual January count into this, truly trying to staff for the whole year. And so just if we were looking at this, the average class sizes for next year, their kinder and their first grade are large, right? 27 and 28 students. But here's kind of the unbalancing of this. They have 3 rounds of second grade, and so those are down to an average of 16. Which is a little on the small side. So they really vary, but the average class size here between all of those would be 21.5 with 18 positions. And so if we were to try to take a position back, like for example, we say 5th grade is pretty good, and maybe that's where that reduction takes place. That then takes that 5th grade classroom up to 26 students. So that's certainly one thing that this school could opt to do. In order to address that, that does, of course, increase the average class size, right, to 23. And so if we put that back, the other piece that they could look to balance that and is through classified positions. So I mentioned that classified positions, even if they are full-time, account for less than 1 in the staffing model. A lot of our paras are work, like these guys are 7 hours. This one is a 4-hour position. But in order to get that 1.35, this would be another option, right? This total is 1.32. So they may look at taking 3 adults out of their school rather than affecting that one position, teaching position, or some combination of those. So those are the difficult positions that our schools make every year in terms of reducing FTE. So I wanted to demonstrate the opposite point of that, and this is where when we talk about that we're able to better balance class sizes, and that elementary schools, when they're not in the 250 student range, when they are closer to 350 or 400, operate better, are able to staff more robustly, more programming options. And so this is a school that may be receiving FTE or students and FTE that would go along with them through some consolidation, still sticking to that same ratio, right? Still the same minimums. But when you come down here, they would be 8.25 FTE that they would have to decide where they want to put that. And so this is a much different conversation when we're working through it. So they currently have 14 certified teaching positions over here, an average class size of 21.4. All of these projected counts would include the students coming from another school. And so that's why this average class size is what it is, right? We've put the students here, but not adjusted the classroom sizes. And so even if I were to go through this example and take them to 3 rounds, maybe all the way across. So we can see what that does for our average class sizes. It's 21.44. We started out as 21.42. That's still only putting 6 of those 8.25 positions out into classrooms. So that means that they could look at this 4th grade class maybe and say, well, that's a little larger and maybe I have the space that I want to take that to another round. They could do that. They could also look at adding an interventionist, right? It doesn't do anything to take down the average class size in this calculation, but it is more supports out there and to help those students that are needing an intervention. They could also look at adding a counseling position. So we're still just at 7, even with doing all of this. They could look at adding more specials, like maybe this brings art back into the mix. And so really to get to some of those options, that would get us to the 8 FTE with still a quarter to spare. So like this school, for example, they have a half-time secretary. Maybe they want to take that person up to a full FTE to support the additional students and staff. Like they would be able to do all of these things just by having a more right-sized elementary school within our staffing model without impacting classroom size. So hopefully that's helpful, I think, just maybe to walk through it and to kind of understand what our staffing looks like each year.
I think the only thing I want to add too is, you know, sometimes we hear from families that say we want these certain positions within our school buildings, like librarians and different positions like that. And so the principals have had to make difficult decisions, especially at the middle school level, over the last few years when we're reducing FTE in their buildings because they're losing enrollment. They have to make those tough decisions on, do I use an FTE on this position or this other position? And so, to Mel's point, the more enrolled students within that building, the more staffing they get, the more flexibility they have. We have a lot of autonomy in the district with what the principals can do with their staffing, but they obviously have less flexibility the less FTE we give them because of the decline in enrollment.
So I guess when we start talking about savings and efficiencies, right, one of the purposes of doing this, and I would say the main purpose behind this is that it gives us a path forward to addressing these unfunded positions in a way that one is possible, right? We know, I don't know if any of us can imagine pulling that 23 FTE out of our middle schools at this point. So this does so without having continued impacting to program and classroom supports. It also doesn't negatively impact our overall class sizes. So if we look at what's at the critical point in our system, it's our staffing and our programming. After this, the receiving schools will be better sized and have the ability for more programming opportunities. So when we look at savings and efficiencies and how those will be realized, we'll be able to better staff to our existing model ratios through the reduction of those unfunded positions. When we come up with our dollar amounts, of course, it's not, you can't look at a school, like one of the schools that's proposed, and say, well, we know the cost of operating this school is what the savings are. Because the reality is that those people in those positions will have the opportunity to go to other places in our district. So that's not the cost of the savings. We also can't look at something like utilities because there will still have to be some minimal upkeep of those vacated buildings. And so we base these on averages, right? So our average cost of that 1.0 staffing FTE with benefits is $83,000. So when we're talking about reducing unfunded positions, that's the dollar amount that I'm using for savings. And we know that there will be some efficiencies, some immediate, some over time. So with less square footage to maintain and clean. But an example of where this won't be 100% savings again is that like custodial supply budgets, for example, those schools receiving students will still go through more paper towels, more all of those supplies because of the additional students out there. So it's not a one-to-one savings, but there will be some savings and efficiencies garnered there. Fewer kitchens in operations, but their staffing and nutrition services is based on the labor hours per meal served. So those kitchens receiving students will still be serving more meals and still have the associated food costs. So there might be some savings or efficiencies garnered there, but again, not 100%. Our system will need to look at special ed and special service provider staffing, which is still to be determined at this point. We believe that by having fewer buildings that are more efficiently used, will reduce some duplication of services. And like I mentioned on the utility costs, certainly we won't be paying the utility costs of operating school day in and day out, but there will be some minimal utility costs, right? Winter, for example, there will still need to be some level of heating in there, the heat of summer, some level of cooling. Continuing mowing the lawns outside our buildings, irrigating them, maintenance of the grounds will continue until those vacated buildings have a new purpose, either in our system or sold off. So that's where some of those savings and efficiencies will be realized. And so I just want to take some time. The staffing model is obviously the clearest way when we're talking about closing that $3.7 million gap. So I've taken some liberties here and worked through the staffing models based on the recommendations. If we're looking at the elementary level and addressing that 8.5, I believe we can get there through the staffing at those proposed consolidation schools. So the elementary level, that 8.5 FTE, is a total of $700,000 roughly. Middle school, like I mentioned, is by far our biggest stressor in our system right now. And so the consolidation would allow us a way forward on addressing those unfunded positions, maybe about 17.5 of them. But there's still about 5 out there from those schools that would remain open and wouldn't be receiving additional students through any boundary changes. And so that's the two components when we look at the middle school accounting for almost 1.9 million of that total. And then high school, right, there's no recommendation to do anything with our high school boundaries or number of schools. And so that 14 FTE and overstaffing would not be impacted by the consolidations. But that's a $1.1 million impact there. And so I do believe we have a path forward if all of these recommendations went forward even next year to reducing that 45 unfunded staffing FTE and closing that $3.7 million gap. So 2.1 of it could come from the consolidations. Another 1.5 still would be our annual staffing model adjustments by those schools that have fewer students. I think one caveat in this and why it's a little bit difficult and why I say I approach this conservatively is just that our school of choice process has already happened for next year. And so these consolidations, there would be some like a re-SOC process or transfer process. something that would have to happen for those families, their school of choice would be impacted by this change in boundaries or school options. And so that's where it's a little bit difficult at this point to get down to the individual school levels. So that would have to be another process that takes place. So I guess in summary, our staffing is really what's reached the critical point in our system. It's simply too large of a piece of those pies, those graphs in our system on the instructional and school-based side and salaries and benefits to cut ourselves out of this without impacting positions and without impacting them at the school level. We know that our reductions to date have not kept pace with our enrollment declines. When we think about it, I think even a couple years ago, it was hard to imagine that as our school district would ever get to the point of those projections of being 18,500 students. But our system has to look different at that level from the 22,000 that we've known it for so long, especially if we're trying to operate at the same time in the same number of locations. So obviously by continuing down this trajectory, there's some serious financial implications, but we are still in a position where we can proactively address these and avoid a point of financial crisis. We know that's one of our main points in our last few budgets, is being strategic with our ESSER dollars, really looking at our available resources and shoring up our reserves to a point that it's more in line with a district our size. We know that they definitely weren't at an appropriate level before. We've made a really concerted effort to do better in that area. We know that funding levels have certainly helped from the state in the last few years towards that goal, but they are very year to year, and conditions can change rapidly, as we've seen even just in the last few years. And so there's those points where we have to be reactive in our system versus the areas where we can be a little bit more proactive when we see these things coming. And I think one of just the overarching things is that this is different than the past, where it's a funding of fewer FTE versus less funding per FTE. So my last thing that I'll leave you guys with is just that in reviewing this, I think there's three main paths or three main pathways of different options to address these issues. Certainly each level maybe has a different story or a different piece in this. So the first option would be to continue to adhere to our staffing model ratios. That's where that 45 FTE of unfunded position comes in. That means that most schools across our system would lose FTEs next year. Like I've mentioned, elementary's 1 to 2, middle schools up to 6 at some of our middle schools, and we certainly can't do that without significant impacts to programming. As the declines continue, this would be an annual loss for most of our schools as they get smaller and smaller over time. The second distinct option would be to maintain our current staffing levels for one more year. I know that's how we addressed it in part last year at the middle school level, was that we were able to access ESSER funds in order to save some of that FTE out there. But ESSER ends after next school year. The other option is if we do end up getting some new per pupil revenue, that this would be off the top of that or as a priority for any new funds. Obviously, the risk there is if there aren't new funds, then it would have to be addressed through reductions to our current expenses. This is temporary. It buys us some time. It gets us through another year, but it doesn't change the inevitable. So when you think about the other needs across our system, like our teacher-based pay, some of our other staffing challenges, this certainly would have lasting impacts to our entire system if we were to use that significant of a dollar amount off the top. We know that if we get new money, so are other districts across the state, and while we've made some real concerted efforts in the last couple years especially to increase our teacher-based pay, if something puts us behind being able to keep up with what everybody else is doing, that puts us again further back. The other piece is ESSER. We have some really important things that across our system that we're using ESSER items for. So remember, ESSER is that federal grant dollars that were put into our school system to address COVID challenges such as lost learning. So we're doing some interventions. That's how summer school is currently being funded. Our online program out at GRA. And so the Band-Aid fix that we had for this year out of ESSER was just 1 year. And so if we were extending that in any amount, it would be through adjusting some of the planned items already in our ESSER budget. The last distinct option is to adopt the demographer's recommendations for consolidation. Like I've mentioned, this gives us a way systematically to address those unfunded FTEs while not increasing class sizes and maybe even improving some of our programming options out in schools. Nobody wants to close schools, but receiving schools will receive FTE and be able to add back rounds, better balance class sizes, and maybe add back some of the supports that have been lost in recent years. Of course, this doesn't fix everything. There would still be, like that other slide show, FTEs that should be reduced from some of the schools that wouldn't receive any type of adjustment through consolidation. And then last option, I think, is any combination of these. So if there's some solutions that maybe fit one level better than the other, that would be something for the board maybe to look at considering.
So that's the end of our formal presentation. I think the main thing we just wanted to get across was, like I said, this is a real problem that we've been dealing with for a few years as a district. I think we within the system know the impact it's had. We hear from our principals about the tough decisions they're having to make when we have to reduce staff at their buildings, and so folks have been asking for a solution. And so this is where we find ourselves right now. I think if there's questions specifically for Shannon, obviously Shannon's here too, or if there's questions for Mel around the staffing model. But just wanted to reiterate now that, like I said, we have more attention on the topic, kind of how we got into the position we're in right now, and why we're looking for some solutions to be able to take care of it immediately or in the very near future for our district.
So I do have a couple questions, one for Shannon and one for Mel.
Your
So,
mic on, Will?
huh? Hello? This thing on? All right. All right, so I do have a couple questions, one for Shannon, one for Mel. So Shannon, in your presentation last week, we talked about, there's a lot we talked about, but you had said that the construction in the Redlands was on hold because of whatever reason, right, in the Redlands 360 area. And the question I asked you was, I just wanted to know, if the Redlands is on hold right now, how do we know that Orchard Mesa is not going to grow? Is that, I mean, are there numbers that says there's not growing because with all the construction and the things and the homes are going up out there, are the homes just single parents that don't have kids, or are it just families that don't have kids, or do we know that it's not growing anymore, or how do we know that it's not going to grow like the Redlands area?
Well, a couple of things. I did a full impact analysis of Redlands 360 in May of 2020. And at that time, we were looking at a very detailed phasing analysis for Redlands 360. I can show you that if you'd like to look at it.
Please.
So we were working in conjunction with Dave Thornton at the City of Grand Junction and with the developer of Redlands 360. And we developed this very detailed 23-year absorption schedule for the development. So you can see there are a variety of dwelling types there that are all still on the books. And so some of these higher density products will be affordable for families and will possibly generate children. And then some of these that are identified as move up, and some of them that are identified as intermediate, although they're smaller than some of the more custom homes that are on the bottom of the table, will be homes that would be viable as family housing. Now, what has happened is interest rates the third week of October went to about 7%. So that put about 2/3 of the home buying public out of range of being able to get a mortgage. And all of the builders have begun to offer big discounts and have really switched to a focus on developing their vacant lot inventory instead of building homes because they're waiting And a lot of us are saying May of 2024 is when everything is going to normalize. And then we would be back in the business of a lot of development happening in the valley. Now, I did a windshield survey in December when I was first asked to initiate this work. I think I saw about 35 homes under construction. A lot of the homes that are happening in Redlands 360 now are people who do not need a mortgage. They're either taking equity out of another house or they're taking equity out of another state. And many of them are paying cash for those properties. So now on Orchard Mesa, there is still development, but when I was driving around over there, I saw 12 to 15 homes under construction, different pricing points. And again, a lot of those homes are homes that people would need a mortgage to pay for. And there was some momentum from about 10 months ago because a lot of folks that paid for a house 10 months ago because of supply chain issues, it's taking 10 to 12 months to build a home. So some of what you were seeing in the field at that time had been bought and paid for back in January or February, and that's just because of how long it takes to build a home. So I'm attempting to answer kind of two of your questions. One is Redlands 360, and one is Orchard Mesa, but those are two distinct areas. So here's Redlands 360, here's Scenic, here's Wingate, and it's positioned right in the middle. And this is a big developer that I've worked with on other developments before. It's about 1,666 units. And this will happen, it's just going to happen slower because of what has happened to us with interest rates. And this developer may not be as familiar with our contracting structure over here on the Western Slope, where we have smaller builders that build fewer houses a year. But this was what they were giving us directly as far as what they thought was their best guess phasing schedule. The city is not in the business of reconciling all of this with these developers. That's just not within the scope of what they do. So we have to depend upon the developer to give us a phasing schedule. But these were the impacts to the individual schools. And this really indicates that at some point, the expansion, replacement of Scenic with a bigger facility would be in line with that Redlands 360 development. Now, again, what you're seeing being built there is very expensive homes. And those are homes that I would not expect to generate as many children. And I think the other housing that is in these other categories is on hold just because it's so difficult to qualify for a mortgage at 7% right now.
Can I have a follow-up question to that? So there's a development, I think it's called Cimarron Ridge, which is 129 homes on Orchard Mesa, that's under construction right now. Sounds like more than the 12 that you saw?
It would be, but they're building the lot inventory, or are they building all of the homes at once? I would think they're just building the lot inventory. And then what will happen is once they get back into an environment where they're not going to have to offer a discount for every house, and it becomes a little bit more profitable to build and sell homes, they'll start in on an annual absorption schedule where they'll build 25 or 30 of those a year over a long period of time. But the key to my statement here is that in these communities that are 90 to 95% built out, which is the same category that downtown is in, and I did a housing market analysis for Downtown Grand Junction Development Authority that was paid for by Regeneration Development Associates in 2017. And what I find is that when a neighborhood is 90 to 95% built out and continues to develop, we don't get a significant amount of children from kind of the icing on the cake part of a community. That last little bit of development doesn't seem to make that much of a dent in the number of students that come from a larger neighborhood area in aggregate terms. But in the case of this Redlands 360, this is such a big chunk of what's over there, that's why we were concerned that this might make an impact. It may very well produce nothing. But again, they're building the more expensive homes first because they don't require mortgages.
And then, So and then my question to Mel. So if we went with any of the options, I mean, what is the, I mean, or for option number two, where it's possible that, raises won't happen or possible, so is it possible that more schools will be added to the list, or would we close more schools, or are we set on 2 schools, 3 schools, no schools? I mean, if option number two happens and I mean, that's what I'm asking, if we wait on it, what's the,
I think that's still a little bit of Shannon's analysis too, comes into play on there, but we've seen how quickly those FTE would ramp up. And so if that does lead us to a point where we aren't just looking at the recommended schools that Shannon's saying, yeah, these grade out, we can do these now, and we do have to get to those further down recommendations, purely from a financial point as well, then I think that's a real possibility. I think it would be fair to say. I think over time, anytime that our schools are getting down to that small size, and the more of them that we have, the more costs we're going to be putting into operating them. I don't know that, I think that's elementary that I'm speaking to. I really do think that middle school is probably different. When we look at like the school sizes after taking one middle school offline, like that's a significant improvement. Rather than having schools that are close to 400, one in the low 300s, it really puts all of them into the high 400s, 500 range. And so I don't see anything more in that area. But I guess elementary, that would be where I don't know if Shannon would continue to, if we would need to go down that path of further less highly graded options at some point.
Well, and the other area that was presented but wasn't part of the recommendation was that Fruita area. We'd have to obviously figure out what we're going to do in the Fruita area. So there were options that were thrown out there. You could do some consolidation out there as far as trying to normalize the grades. We talked about, would it be a boundary change to try to help with some of that, so maybe you don't have to add on to buildings. So there would be impacts potentially to Fruita as well with some more time.
So I want to go back for just a moment. Are you plugged in, Mel? Just so that everybody can see the slide. And just to add in, I'm definitely concerned. I would just want to make sure that we're really looking at this holistically, and if we have to make this kind of a heavy lift with our community, I think it would be easier to do it all at once than to try to undercut how many elementary schools we really need to consolidate. I know at one point there was some conversation about, I think it was in January, about doing 3. Now we're at 2. I just want to make sure, is 2 enough? I mean, we don't want to lose any of them, let's be clear. We would love for things to be able to just stay the same. But if they can't stay the same, are we being realistic and prudent enough in going forward so that we don't have to have this same upset and shuffle twice, and that we do it one time? So I just want to throw that out there. I don't know that we need an answer on that yet, but I'm also concerned just that if we have to do the heavy lifting, let's do the heavy lifting and do it at one time so that the entire community can know it's coming and move forward.
Can I follow up on that question? So it's a great point, how do we know exactly how many we're looking at? And I was just really struck by in the staffing slide where it said that elementary schools were overstaffed by 8 FTE now and next year. It feels really surprising to me that we need to cut a school or 2 or 3 schools when we're talking about 8 FTE.
Are we looking, is part of that, though, looking into the future because it's going to continue to decline?
Yeah, so that's another really great point. Yeah, I think one of my biggest questions is, typically when we're thinking about future numbers, nobody thinks that we're going to lose exactly 2,359 students by 2030. There's a range, right? There's some expected range. There's some uncertainty with our models. And, you know, digging through the state data and then people who use state data, like certain economic groups, everybody else seems to indicate in Mesa County that the decline in birth rates stops in 2023, and everybody else is projecting a slight increase. I'm not a demographer. I don't know anything. I was just looking at other people's numbers. So I'm just wondering kind of what's the potential variability in your ranges, and you know, does everybody think that our birth rates are going to decline at the same rate for the next 10 years? Doesn't seem to be the case, but I'd just like to understand that. Yeah, and as we're thinking about, well, this problem's going to keep compounding, you know, there seems to be a lot of disagreement about that.
Well, I'll try to address some of that. I think that it's hard to predict the birth rate. The way that the younger generations are choosing to have families is kind of unprecedented in recent history. I have gotten the 2022 provisional data from the Colorado Department of Public Health, and we're down enough already. So we're down to 1350 from 1450. So they have released that in provisional form. They haven't recanted their provisional data in the last couple of years, so I think that number is going to be fairly real. We have 1,650 seniors and 1,350 kindergarten kids in the last couple of years. So right there's 300 children right out the door just as that cycles through. So I think that, are we going to bottom out? I'm seeing some data that's unsubstantiated from Alaska showing they may be bottoming out. So I'm trying to look for that bottom because I want to find that bottom. I want this stuff to end. I want to go back to building schools. But I think that it's going to be hard to say. And I think given the fact that we've already lost so many children in K through 7, those children are missing. The smaller birth cohorts in ages 0 through 4 have already happened, and they're coming to the elementary grade level. Just to be clear, the births aren't for 5-year-olds, the births are newborns, so it takes 5 years for them to get into the system. So we've got K through 7 where we're already hurt, and then we've got 0 through 4 where we're hurt. So we're looking at 5 years of decline. Even if we turned around this year, we would still have this 5 years of decline. And then I'm just trying to figure out, why would we turn around and grow? And the only thing during my career that I've been able to prove is that enrollment growth is directly correlated to job growth. And until we start getting a bunch of major employers back into the valley and we see an uptick, I'm not real convinced that we're going to see much of a turnaround. Now, other people might choose to argue with me, might see that because of growth in CMU and growth in the medical community businesses here, that we have more people who are in their mid-20s moving into the valley. Fine. What I'm seeing all over the country is that people in their mid-20s, instead of having 2.2 children as a family, they're having 1.2 children as a family. And that's going to change the basic set of children that we have to work with. And so that's kind of the one issue that I think is most demographers are seeing, yeah, family sizes are smaller than they have been historically. And that is sending a wave through the entire country and through Canada as well, with families being fundamentally smaller, and there being these huge infrastructures for public education that are bigger than, that are based upon the prior family size.
Shannon, we're still not, even if we reduce 2 as recommended so far, or even if we, let's just say, stretched it and went to 3, we're still not topping out our schools. I mean, we're not filling them to the brim to where there isn't any room for at least a reasonable amount of growth that we could expect given what the numbers look like currently.
Yes, we would have room for growth, and the schools that are in the positions where we would experience the most growth, specifically in Fruita and various parts of the Redlands, the attendance areas for the Fruita schools were drawn to pick up the area that is shown in the 2009 Fruita master plan. So I had a big school site master plan that showed 7 school sites that we would buy, and I think we've already bought 2 of them. So we have 2 school sites up in that area. So that kind of planning's been done. And then the village plan for Northwest Grand Junction that we worked with Dave and the staff at the city of Grand Junction to draw, we were looking at school sites up in that area as well. And so we're in position to address growth that would happen in Grand Junction when it spills north of I-70 into that greater Appleton area. But as far as, you know, ultimately when things turn around, will we be able to accommodate? Yes, we will continue to build new schools. But when you ask the question, well, was 2 elementaries and a middle enough, and how long would that cover us? I was just trying to see if I could come up with a number that would save the majority of the jobs that are at risk tonight. And if we were going to come up with a 3-year plan for closing schools, not many districts do that. They tend to take it more on an incremental approach and let things settle out, restabilize, and then look again. If we were going to add more to the closure palette, I think the scoring that I built was probably pretty fair, although the Clifton closure just did not make sense to me for a variety of reasons from a child impact standpoint. The Fruita trifecta seemed to make some sense because it would somewhat address some of the goals of that community, even though there would probably be some double portable classrooms here and there in order to accommodate that change. And then we're still looking at a community that I'm looking at this graphic now, I can show you this to you, that's got 9 square miles of future development set aside. Now, if you want to hand that to me. So you know, at any rate, that's kind of where I was coming from on what we identify. If you want to go further, you know, we could go further in that regard, or if there are other
So I don't
areas
want
you'd
to
like
go
to
further.
suggest, I could do that as well.
I don't want to go this far, but I don't want to go further. I was just posing the question, you know, I don't want to kick the can down the road. And so, you know which slide I'm talking about, Mel, with the sharp decline, and yet we're still growing. If you wanted to do that one, Shannon, sorry, you could have done that one first, but. So that was really my point being made about that is when I look at the graph you showed with us continuing to hire. And yes, and I mean, still growing by 1.571% in 2022, while our student numbers are declining almost 3.5%, but yet we're still growing 1.5%.
So the 1.5 is a change from 2018. So over that time.
But where we
it's
were even,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
But there's still.
But yeah, there's still 1.5% growth and a 3.5% reduction in students. I would say one of the intricacies of these two is just that this is anyone with a job code of teacher. So it includes special education and it includes Title I. So some of those programs might have just staffing needs too, why you would still add, even if student enrollment, like we see in going 19 to 20, did start to decline. But some of the programmatic needs or some of the staffing choices within Title might lend to that. But certainly that large gap we've seen ever since then speaks for itself too.
So coming back to that, I just, this has been brewing for a while. I mean, we got a lot of comments in the, I think we were at 230 some emails. We got a lot of comments about you're rushing, it's too fast. You need to take time to really look at the information. And I just want to point out that you have been looking at the information from a district point of view. Everybody's been working on this for a really long time. you've been watching it, and this is where we are now. When I see that kind of a difference, I mean, private business could not handle that. They couldn't, there's nowhere to absorb it. There is no, shuffling of funds and making this work and putting a Band-Aid on it long enough. That would be a cliff. And so I want to make sure, I know that, you've worked really, really hard. The district has worked really hard to get us out of the hole that we were in a few years ago financially. And we have some really good, safe reserves. And I would hate to see that diminish to a point that it could be really terrible very quickly, because if we continue on, this gap gets a lot worse.
And I think that there's some other points too. If we're looking at this number of schools versus more schools, that could change some of the processes on the human resources side as well, where the number of positions affected in 1 year, even with all the recommendations, is still less than the hiring. So that's where we're talking like displacement versus reduction in force. This was a point Nikki brought up today that was a good one, of where if you try doing more than that, you get to a point where maybe there aren't enough positions for people to land as well. And so I think there's a consideration to the impact of our system as far as just that piece of natural attrition as well too. Because we are talking about reducing positions right now, but hopefully with everyone having a place to land if they choose to.
So actually, could you help me understand? So if we're reducing positions but guaranteeing everybody a job, so two questions. One, where does the savings come from there? But then two, I still really want to understand, so if we have 8 FTE total across all of our elementary schools for the next couple of years, how does that justify closing an elementary school?
Well, I think it's 8 for next year, but this slide here, like if you take it out those next 2 years, it's another 11 and then it's another 12. Right, so it's not just 8, like in 2 more years, it's 30 total, not 8.
Is that cumulative?
These are each individual year, so 157 is 10.9 and 173 is 12.1 on top of the 8.5. And so I think obviously middle school is and has been the biggest area of concern. And so those smaller grades though, I mean, they'll continue to work their way through and those reductions would continue to come. So it's certainly not the 23 at middle school, but it's nothing, while it may seem small this year, in just a couple short more years, it's significant as well if it's not addressed.
You said in 3 years, 85 positions
Over the system, yeah.
for the system.
Because this is another 39.5 down here, and we're already at 45 for next year.
And then if I'm understanding correctly, with the 85 positions, we still would, because of natural attrition, whether people move or they retire or whatnot, that's where we're going to be able to absorb. If we close facilities, we'll be able to guarantee those people jobs because of that natural attrition. They're just going to move into positions that would normally stay. Technically, we would still be reducing that 85 positions.
We're reducing the overall, so even if we just look at next year when the number is 45, there's that many fewer positions of staffing FTE, so whether they're a teacher or 2 paras or whatever that looks like on the restaffing, you still have fewer positions overall. But we know every year a lot of folks retire or resign, and it's more than that number. I think custodial and nutrition, so some of those positions that aren't impacted directly through the staffing model, those also are positions that we're rarely fully staffed anyways. Yeah, so there are vacancies there frequently.
Can I ask, so I'm having a hard time getting all of the information on all the different slides straight. So this is these are projected, so there's some error that we don't understand and yeah.
Right, this is part of the art and not just science, right?
Yeah.
Of budgeting and projecting.
And so in the previous, there was another slide where it showed 8 and 8 for the next 2 years. We find that.
So the 22-23 is 8.5, and that's based on our October count and our current staffing. Next year, it continues, it's close, it's 8.3 going into next year. So that's 8.5 that we have out in our buildings right now. We'll still be over by nearly that identical amount next year. So there's some intricacies in our staffing model, and that's why like it's more than, it's always hard to put it into like a little snippet of there's factoring. And so that's dependent on the number of free and reduced lunch percentage of our schools. That can add FTE into the model as a factor. There's a small school size factor too. So anytime a school is below a certain level at the elementary or middle school, there's additional FTE awarded for that. So that's where just, there's some intricacies within the staffing model that impact it as well.
But Mel, you've been doing this model for a while now, right?
Yeah.
How long?
I think we've been on it since maybe 14, 15, 13, 14.
So how close do you think you get on your numbers?
Historically, how close?
I think they're really good. Obviously, we've used Shannon for 18 years, right? You've heard that. We use his numbers not just for staffing, but for budget as well. And so an example like this year, when we came back to you for readopted budget, I think across our whole system, we were off like 8 FTE from our projected funding to our actual funding. And that's even taking into account the averaging component, which makes it a little more difficult these days. And so, I mean, certainly things are crazy lately, right? Things are a little less predictable than they used to be. But they've still been pretty spot on given everything.
I guess that's just my point, is that even with a lot of the comments that we've been getting, I don't want there to be this, I guess this doubt with our staff, because you guys have been doing this for a really long time. And we've been relying on these numbers from you all for a really long time.
Right.
And so I think you guys are the experts in this field, along with you and Nikki, when you guys are looking at these staffing models. And so when I keep seeing that we're down 8 FTE this year with elementary, and if we don't do anything, the next year we're down 16 FTE, I mean, I just get the visual of us continuing to dig a hole that then we have to backfill somehow.
Well, I'm guessing we're pretty close for the next 2 years anyway.
Well, in the
I mean,
middle,
even
in
beyond, middle school is a whole different thing.
well, and where we are with middle school right now is where we'll be in 2 years or ish with elementaries if we don't.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
And I can't imagine taking 6, like we have some middle schools set right now, right, that they're looking to have to cut somewhere around 6 FTE. So that could be, I mean, I don't even know how you would take 4 or 5, 6 teachers out of a building, or you lose 2, 3, 4 paraprofessionals. And I think can I just ask I'm sorry, Kira, you actually had another question, so I'll wait for my list of questions until you're done.
Okay, well, just to follow up on that, so okay, so if we add all those together over the next 4 years, it's 8, 8, 10, and 12, or something like that, based on these population projections that maybe others would not have the same estimates. And I still am not sure that I understand, or I don't understand what the possible range is. Again, I know that you're not arguing that we're gonna use exactly this number of students. Like, I know that you have some understanding of what that range might be, and I have no understanding of what that range might be. So how much possible error is there? But regardless, let's say that this bears out, that we lose, so in the elementary schools, let's say that we lose 38 FTE over the next 4 years. That's just trying to add up what I believe you have on your slides. So over 26 schools, that's 1 at each school, and a little bit more, 1 at most schools and 2 at a couple. And I'm just trying to understand, do our elementary schools feel that losing 1 FTE, or maybe 1.5 FTE, or maybe 2 FTE in the next few years is that dire?
So within that number, right, the 8.5, most of our elementary schools for next year, that's already a net number. So most are down 1 to 2. There are some that have a little bit of growth in a grade. And so if we were implementing the model as we have in years past to like full implementation, we would actually give out 1 or 2 FTE here and there as well. So that 8 FTE is net. So I don't want to minimize the 1 or 2 FTE, even especially if it's 3 or 4 bodies, adult bodies out of an elementary isn't significant, because I think it still is. And that would be for this next year and the next year and the next year. Like each year is another 8 and 10 and 12. And so that's where, and rather than 1 or 2, maybe it's 3 to 6 over a 3-year span from a school. And I think just in that example where I was trying to walk through like the difficult decisions when you get down into 2 round-sized schools, is you don't have the flexibility. You either end up with two large classrooms or 2 large classrooms or 3 small classrooms. And if you don't have the ability to have that third small classroom, they're all going to be 2 large classrooms across our district.
And that's one of the things that we had some conversation about this week that I just want to say publicly, is there was that fear that, well, we're going to cram just too many kids into the surrounding schools. And that would cause the class sizes to become larger. When in actuality, because of the way the staffing model works, we're potentially looking at slightly smaller classes instead of larger.
Right, and that's where there's a little bit of it comes down to how a school chooses to use that FTE, right? If they're using it for classroom supports like paras versus an additional teacher. So an additional teacher obviously impacts the average classroom size. Paras don't, even though they still provide support. Counselors don't, but they still provide needed support. And so that's a little bit of it like an interventionist, or you add an extra specials. Like, it's still enriching the overall building no matter how they choose to implement it. But that's also where we see variations, as that's been our philosophy, is that our schools should have some choice in their staffing too, rather than us just saying you will have this next year, which is the way that some models work.
And so overall, by more properly staffing a little bit fewer schools, we end up with better programming, smaller class sizes, and more resources in those schools,
Yeah.
possibly. I mean,
Exactly.
depending on how the individual school decides to spend their FTE.
Can I just really quickly, ask for an answer? What is the range that we expect in these projections? And how you said other people would argue with you, what would they argue? I think we all need to understand what we're looking at as we look out at these projections.
Well, regarding a range, I mean, these are not conservative numbers. So I tend to wait until the absolute last moment before I believe that Grand Junction is going to decline the way that I see it declining. So as far as a range goes, what other people are saying is that the young people that are in town now are going to reproduce at the rate that they did 15 years ago, based upon standard survival forecasting that was true back then when people had families at that rate. And it's just not what's happening anywhere in the country right now. There are 50 other districts that I know of right now that are having the conversation you're having tonight, sometime this spring, because they're dealing with this problem. As far as the range goes, I think it could be, instead of losing, 3,000 over an 8-year period?
2359.
59 going forward.
How many?
2,359 forward.
2,400, I could say it could range as high as 3,500 and maybe as low as 2,000, but I would say we're going to lose those kids just because of what's built into the K-7 loss bars that you saw up there and what's built into the loss that we've had in births. If we look at the standard correlation of our birth rate to kindergarten, based upon the number that CDPHE just released at the end of January, I mean, I'm looking at us possibly going to just having 1,000 kids per grade level if all of that happens and we stay as static as we have been. But the difference between those bars, that loss has already happened and it's headed toward the high school grades. And then those kindergartners are 5 years old. So if I were to show you the birth graphic is very much a diagonal line downward that represents that 0 to 4 continuum. That's not good news as far as what we're going to get in the way of kindergartners. And so if there's some phenomenon that's going to happen where a lot of population comes here. It's either going to have to be a change in fertility of existing residents or a massive influx of young people with families. And right now, what we're seeing is a massive outflow of young people with families from the state of Colorado because of housing cost and a variety of other factors. And one of those two things would have to happen. And I'm having a hard time imagining what that would be.
So let me just, I'm trying to understand it. So you're saying that other people would argue that the birth rate is going to be higher than you think it's going to be.
Yeah, they would say that it's going to bottom out this year and it's going to turn around and it's going to go the other way. And I'm sitting here saying, prove it, because that's not the trajectory of the line. I mean, let me show you the line. I'll show you what has happened to us.
I guess my other point here, though, is that other people, it's hard to be sitting here trying to say, okay, well, in 2030, this is what it's going to be, and so we're going to be decreasing until then, and then when we're trying to understand how precise that is, the answer is that, it's, of course, I know that we're talking about projections, but we haven't looked at that. And instead of knowing what that answer is, I know that you just threw out some numbers that you think might be true, and I appreciate you trying to answer the spirit of my question. But the point is, we haven't done that work and explored those really based on what other folks think. And I'm sure that there's reasons to have professional disagreements with them. But as we're trying to, keep kids in their home schools, that it really matters to me what that might be, because it is just an estimate.
Can I throw in just for
What
a
that event
second?
would have to be, what would that event be that would turn all this around?
I don't know, I'm not a demographer, I'm just saying that, the state data show that it's turning around this year. People who use the state data have agreed, like the Leeds School of Business has this big economic forecast, and they also point to those data. And so, I'm just asking the question of, I don't know what that would be. That's not my job. My point is, other folks think it might happen. And so I'm just trying to understand, the two options are that we're just going to keep decreasing, and lose thousands more kids, or we won't. And so, what is the range in there, and how do we think about it?
My answer is that even if we don't, if we flatline at that 1387 that's shown right there, and we hold there, we're still going to lose 2,000 kids. Just because of the difference between the 1,600 that were born in 2017 and the 1387 that were born in 2022, that's going to be the magnitude of loss of our incoming K, and then that's going to survive forward into those grades like those other missing bars in that 6-year observation there. That's going to survive on in. So even if everything turned around, we would still be in about a 2,000 student loss situation for the next 5 to 8 years. If everything turned around and we went back to that 2,000 and it was the summer of love or something, I don't know. I don't know what that event would be. I just don't. I mean, I've got folks saying that you've got these young people here, they're all going to reproduce like you folks did when you had your children, 20 years ago. And I'm going, that's not the societal trajectory right now. The societal trajectory is towards smaller families in all sectors of American life. And that's why I tend to argue with people that are looking at a formula and saying, I've got young people, I've got young adults, I've got kids. And that, I just don't think that's true anymore. And I think you've got young adults, you need to think about, ask those young people what they plan to do. And when I interview young adults over and over again, I'm seeing a higher percentage of people who do not plan to have families. And you look at any of the national research that are looking at American family behavior in any spiritual connotation, anything you look at, they're looking at smaller families are what we should be expecting. Now, again, if there's some economist out there that says all of this is gonna bottom out and turn around and ascend, okay. You know, I don't know how do you argue with that? I mean, to me, as a demographer, that's like water running uphill. And I just don't know what that would be. What would that be? I don't know.
So because of where we're looking back to 2017, that's the stream of new kids coming into elementary schools and then on up. But because it's been on the decline, that is how many kids, that's how many new births we've had, for sure. I mean, that's the number, right?
already
That is the number. So with that lower number of kids coming into the system, that's really where you're getting this number.
Yeah, I mean, and this is not calculus. I mean, it's not anything other than arithmetic. I mean, I'm looking at a correlation here of about 0.88 on average every year. And if I have 1,387 births, I'm looking at 1,218 kindergartners based upon that kind of a number. So, you know, if you say, okay, if I'm kind and I say we're going to go to maybe losing 54 a year, I'm still looking at K going down unless that stops tomorrow and those family sizes start going back up and we start having a lot more babies or people moving in who have young children, and all of that changes overnight and goes back up. Even if it changes overnight and goes back up, we have to wait 5 years to get back the fertility that we've lost, and then that fertility is in that cohort system.
Right. And it's coming in just 1 year at a time, so.
I don't know that I'm explaining this.
Well, I mean,
Appropriately.
the short term of it is based off of the children that we know are alive today that are feeding in, we can at least project what's going to happen for the 5 years. So the question for us is, are we able to sustain where we're at right now for the next 5 years without continuing to dig ourselves into a hole? Because if we're at 3.1 million this year, and if we then sustain for 4 million next year, we're then at 7 million, and then by year 3, I don't even know what we would be at, 5, 6 million. So then we're at 13 million. I mean, it just continues to compound. I mean, I think if you took off the table like what we're trying to anticipate children that will still be born, we're at least looking at an immediate 5 years of knowing what kids are in, you know, may be feeding into the system. Is that correct? At least on what we know number-wise right now, from children that were born in 2017 and prior that will then be feeding into our schools.
Yep, that's what our forecasting is.
So I have a question. If we delay, Melanie, you said that we would have to utilize ESSER funds to keep the building, or to utilize ESSER funds for that, correct?
We could. Yep.
Okay, so what would we be taking away from those ESSER dollars? Like, what are those ESSER dollars used for right now?
Right, so to be clear, like what amount we moved to ESSER this year was just for this year. So we would have to already re-find that 1.7 plus any increases in benefits or rates for next year, plus the additional. So, I mean, we're funding things like our staff for our online program out of there because that's absolutely related to COVID, right? It started when we all went remote. We're funding our summer school for this summer and next summer out of it. That's at a cost close to $1 million a year, 800 to $1 million, somewhere in that range. I mean, these are the big dollar amounts in ESSER. There's staff positions related to COVID, lost learning recovery, all of those types of things. I don't think there's an easy place to take it from. The other piece of that is that we do have to have 20% of our overall spending in a set aside, which is just to address lost learning. Like that part, we would be hard pressed to push any of this into that especially. And so we're really looking at just 80% of our remaining ESSER budget in order to fill that gap, but it would be at some of the cost potentially of those other programs that we're running.
So we would have to make a decision between spending dollars on loss of learning and keeping summer school open, some of those options, right? I mean, this is what it's boiling down to, or a school consolidation.
If we use ESSER. So ESSER is a one-year fix, right? We know it ends after next school year. So that's a place that we could look to just because it is temporary. So yes, it would be at the expense of those things. The other thing is if we do end up getting some money from the state next year, it could be off the top of that. The risk there is we don't get any new money from the state, or we don't get very much, right? It's super early. Nothing's been presented other than a governor's recommendation at this point. So if that doesn't happen, then we've backed ourselves into a place where we're having to reduce something else from the general fund in lieu of using ESSER or having new money. And so I think that it's really easy for us to fall back into that place where we've always landed in the past of having to be reactionary as these things pile up. So the good news is, and I don't know if I'm just going on a rant at this point, but is that you guys do have viable options in front of you to address it. Like, we aren't at that critical point where we can't be strategic about it. But certainly the longer a decision is delayed, the more significant that overage of FTE is, and the harder it is to address from a real planned and thoughtful place.
So, okay, thank you for that, because what I want to understand as the board makes a decision is there's always going to be some kind of opportunity cost. You're either providing an opportunity or you take one away, and that's just how budgets work. This would also tie our hands. Let's just say we got that money from the state. We would not be able to increase our teacher base pay.
It would take away from any resources for it, yeah, depending.
Well, I mean, we either fund buildings or we pay teachers, right?
Well, and I don't want to do, so I think it would, well, maybe I shouldn't be
comes
answering
off the top.
finance. So there may be a potential to do some still increase for teachers, but it wouldn't necessarily be as much as we could have done. So like the last 2 years, we've been able to do a 10% and an 8%, I think, correct? So maybe you're not able to do as much. It would be a much smaller amount. So we wouldn't know until we get the final numbers from the state. So
And
that's
so-
the impact.
Yeah,
Well, that's
I
what
think
I'm
the
looking
other thing that comes off the top of that too is if we know ESSER is going away after next school year too, and so anything that we want to try to keep, like a summer school or some of those positions, like our online program, some of those things that are in ESSER right now that have been working, if we want to keep any of those, it would be prudent to start putting that into some type of reserve or holding that back as well. So I think there's a lot of considerations across the needs that we have as a system, not just in the school staffing, which certainly is big, but there's some other areas too.
Well, I guess when I kind of look at what, and again, nobody wants to close schools, and I mean, I know all of us have laid awake at night and we're trying to figure out what the best solutions here, and this is certainly not where any of us ever want to be to make a decision. What I find really difficult, and I'll just share my heart on this, is do we take away from everybody by trying to increase teacher pay at some point to just try to keep a few buildings open? And I get it, I understand the communities. And I'm just stating this because these are the real thoughts that we have to have when we're making these higher level decisions. It's not easy. I mean, I think Shannon, last time you talked about pruning, kind of, do you let the whole system wither and then not prune? I mean, that's what you have to do in order to make a system strong. And even if in 5 years we rebounded, there's schools we have right now that in 5 years we would have to scrape and replace and make bigger and better anyways. So I think there's planning that goes into that if there is a big rebound. But I'm just kind of speaking and thinking out loud that these are the options that we're going to have to look at from a board standpoint of, one of my big things is I've wanted to get our teacher base pay up so we can attract and retain our teachers, because then if our base pay is up, that means all of our teachers from there on up also get, benefit from that. And so anyways, I just, it's hard. I feel stuck between a rock and a hard place. And then I really worry about middle schools right now because we are really in the hole on middle schools. And I've talked to a couple different middle schools this week. And I don't know, I don't know if there's somebody here that could explain the junior high model versus the block model, because I think there were some benefits. We've had to move to a junior high model with our our middle schools versus the core, sorry, not the block, but the core schedule. And if we keep diminishing, we're gonna have to keep on the junior high model, which, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in my basis of understanding, the core model seems to support our middle school students better in their learning versus the junior high model. So I don't know if
Yeah, I don't know,
Ben
Jen or one of the
or
site
Dan or
directors.
somebody could speak to that, because there's all these multifaceted pieces that go into it, and then,
First room over here.
all right, I guess, sorry, the board is asking for a 5-minute break, so sorry that you just got up here.
We need a break.
And then, Dr. Hill, I would like for a follow-up on, I know we're getting a lot of questions on process, and so I feel like we've been through a process, and then I'll come back to you on that one, but I just want you to think about that for a second. So we'll take 5 minutes.
Let's go.
Okay, we'll go ahead and get started again here.
Yeah, and I mean,
makes sense. But it's also never been clear. Like, it's never been clear. I mean,
I know you've been waiting for a question, so. All right, so yeah, if you guys could elaborate on, just in kind of the last week or two, having visited a handful of elementary schools and some of our middle schools and talking with our middle school principals and staff, my understanding is that we've had this, there's a junior high model and then there's a core model. And so could you tell us kind of what those are and the pros and cons? And because it sounds like a lot of our middle schools have had to move back to a junior high model. If you guys could.
Yeah, so I'll start first. I was a middle school principal out at Grand Mesa, and we definitely had that core model, meaning I had 2 rounds or 2 cores. Each core consisted of the 4 core contents: the English, the math, the science, and the social studies. And each core really was their own little world, their own little environment. So in each grade, 6, 7, and 8, I had 2 different cores. They stayed with their same teachers, they stayed with their same peers, most all day, except for the times when they went to exploratories. So the 2 cores, the 2 6th grade cores went to exploratories at the same time. But during their core content, those 4 contents, they were only with the same 4 teachers and the same peers. They ate their lunch together, they went outside, and they really became a community. Grand Mesa in particular, I had at least 100 or 120 students, 120 was high, for each core. So definitely over 600. I think when I was the assistant principal at Grand Mesa, I was close to over 700 in Grand Mesa. When you have those bigger schools, that's what the core does. It helps provide that smaller space. However, due to enrollment, cores everybody has decored, and Dan can share exactly what that looks like now and how the middle schools have had to adapt.
So I think the point that Jennifer makes there is in a core, you have a group of teachers who each have their own content. They stay at that grade level content, so they work within those standards for that particular grade level. What we've seen in the last 3 years as we have taken more and more staff out of the middle schools is some master schedule challenges when it comes to being able to stay in a core situation where we just have an ELA, math, science, and social studies teacher on a core. We have, in at least 4 of the 8 middle schools currently right now, we do have more junior high type master schedules, and I'll just describe that. That would be a situation in which you would have a teacher who is highly qualified, grade 6, 8, but instead of just staying in 6th grade ELA, that teacher may be teaching 6th grade ELA, 7th grade ELA, and 8th grade. So it pulls the community core piece apart because now they've got multiple grade levels basically during passing period coming in and out of a location that was specifically set up as a core. The core model in District 51, I've been here for 27 years, started in the middle school. It's been around for at least that long, and it has been a philosophy when it comes to teacher collaboration and when it comes to just the kids in a community being able to get to know each other, as Jennifer mentioned. So we've got a lot of middle schools started out with 2 cores at each grade level, some of our larger ones, and then we've got some of our middle schools that just have, a 1 core grade level. Those, like I said, have had some sharp declines in the last 3 years as we've, had to remove the FTE in those schools. So last year we had a significant number of FTEs that had to come out of middle school, and many of our principals went ahead and got real creative with their schedules and were able to align themselves more to a junior high model, which that is not easy on teachers. I'll just say that right now. For teachers who have stayed, and elementary folks can attest to this, if you've been in a grade level for a long time teaching the same standards, at that grade level for a while, you become really comfortable with it. To go in and ask teachers to now either learn 3 sets of standards now at multiple grade levels, or we have situations now where we have some teachers teaching multiple content. So there's the other piece of what you would see in a junior high model, where we may have some of our teachers teaching sixth grade ELA, they may be teaching seventh grade social studies, we may have some math people teaching science, and so it's a testament to many of our principals to really sit down with their staff and come up with the best way to try to serve our kids outside of a coring situation. So we're there now. We knew going into this year, we were not able to take everything out that was needed last year. And so we're kind of at that point when you saw the data up on the screen at 23 FTE. We're at a point as directors, as HR and Melanie and our budget, where it's now time, if something doesn't happen, to sit down with 8 principals and really problem solve and come up with possible answers that we just do not know how we're going to be able to do it. So it's not something we've been looking forward to, and it's obviously been a trend over the last 3 years. I would say 5 years ago, when the 4 of us stepped into these roles, we were still at 22,000 students, and we were just shuffling kids from different parts in our valley, right? But now, instead of just shuffling 22,000 students, we have a loss of students. So we've had to really make some pretty serious adjustments to what we do staffing-wise.
Yeah.
So.
Do you have a question?
We'll have a couple. Is that okay? Or you want to finish?
Yeah, well, I think, my one follow-up question was, do our educators like the model they're in right now? And I'm guessing not, because they're teaching multiple contents or multiple grades, which then if we talk about the strategic plan and trying to really focus in on the standards, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like if we can get uber focused on, let's say, sixth grade ELA and knowing exactly what the standards are, that we'd probably see, or we'd anticipate greater outcomes because those teachers are being hyper-focused in the content. Would that be a good assumption to make or not?
It is. And the other thing is, it's trying to find a teacher who's highly qualified in both, in English and social studies. So it's not even that they have to teach sometimes this English 6, 7, and 8. They may have to do English 6 and 7th social studies. And so it's trying to find a teacher that is even highly qualified in both of those contents.
So we're spreading them kind of thin because we have to, we just have to ask them to do more. So for instance, I spoke with the school board president in Jeffco, because they closed 13 elementary schools, 16, excuse me, yes. And now they're looking at their secondary schools. And so obviously, we all saw Jeffco in the paper and saw all the things, and I was like asking them what did you learn, like what not to do, and I don't know that anybody has been able to approach this subject and anybody's gotten it perfectly right on school consolidations. She said that they had an elementary school that they did try to keep open, I think only with about 100 students in it. And she said the principal had to also teach, plus help out at lunch, and do some other things. And they had no librarians, no math PE, music PE. And it became, even though the school was small, and then they were spending like 2 or 3 times the PPR. So let's just say the PPR was $10,000 per student, which I don't know what it is for Jeffco, but she said they were spending nearly twice as much at that school, funding it, which is kind of what we're talking about, to just keep the smaller school open. And then those students weren't getting any of those resources. So, that's what the reality of it is, right? Is that what we see is, I know small schools sound great, but I think the point that Director Lehman was making is that if the school itself is larger, we can really diminish class size. And I think that our educators, at least from what we have gotten public comment, is a classroom is more manageable when you have actually less kids in there, and you can do more when you don't have so many little ones that you've got to shuffle, or even middle schoolers, I guess, bigger ones that you got to try to work with. Am I tracking right with kind of that thinking and what I've been hearing?
Yes, absolutely. And now we have to make some hard decisions at the middle school level, because as you saw, the middle school number that we need, that we're overstaffed based, the FTE, based on enrollment FTE, that's 4 to 6. Where do our middle schools cut? how are we going to choose content teachers? So our content teachers have to teach more or different contents? Are we going to choose our elective teachers? Are we going to ensure that it's the staffing model depends, the principal can then decide, is it an aide, although that we don't have very many or if any aides at that middle school level. So where do those cuts come from and what's left after those cuts are done?
And how large are your class sizes at that point?
And how underutilized
Right.
are our middle schools?
Your questions? I'm good on my follow-up. I have some other ones for Shannon and Dr. Hill later.
First off, there's a number of things, these are not, there's some questions in here, and there's just some comments for, that I've thought about, maybe to pose them to you guys. Is I think rooted in a lot of this are a lot of assumptions we're making are gonna happen. And they may or may not, but I think we have to be grounded that there are some assumptions and projections and everything that may or may not happen. And one benefit about being an old thing like me is that I've been around enough in our district since 1980. And through that time, have been through series of, we have to cut this, and have to cut that, and this is gonna happen. And I found that over time, they're never as dire as they're brought out to be. And sometimes they're not as good as maybe people think they're gonna be, So it's that sense of panic. I think we could step back a bit sometimes and not project the worst. It's always good to plan for that, but it doesn't mean it's gonna happen either. And to be prepared for that. And just some other things here about the middle school. And I threw this scenario out to Melanie. I don't know if she's thought about it since. What I'm thinking is, and I may have this all wrong, and this is more a Mel question, but if we're looking at this $3-point-something million this year and $4-something next year is going to, let's say part of that is to our middle schools as an example, to help subsidize the cost of running those schools. Is that fair to say? Okay. So my question was, if I'm a middle school principal or a middle school community or an elementary for that fact, and you went to me and said, you're losing X number of FTEs, personnel, can you still get the job done? Can you still have a high-performing school? Can you meet these criteria that we've set out? And if they believe they can and they have the commitment they can, then there's a side of me says, why not let them, if not at a minimum, let them go for it, or at least lay out on a table, say, here's how we're going to do this. We've thought about it. It's really at the grassroots of the decision-making, the community, the staff, the parents that make up that school. Could they do it? And then I think the response was, well, I'm paraphrasing, is, well, they're always going to say they can do it, right? So my question is, A, why would they always say they could do it? If it's that dire and it's that strenuous and it's that taxing on everybody, why would they want to continue? If I'm in a boat that's sinking, has holes all over, I may wave the flag up to get the Coast Guard helicopter to rescue me, and I don't see that happening. I don't see, and maybe they are, and we're not privy to that. We don't visit with principals and staff to see how they believe they can make it work, right? So sometimes it feels like Big Brother telling them what they can and cannot do and not leaving up to the real autonomy. So when you talk about models, and we talked about the core model or the junior high model, implied in that is there's a cost associated with those models. So my question is, are we trying to make the dollars fit into the model, or should the model we use fit into what we have to spend, right? And if we can do it, and I suspect there are places that say we can do it, and there's other places that may not, depending on leadership and staff quality and everything else, it may be something to consider. That's all I'm getting at.
I think I want to ask Mel, but I don't think that the models are associated with costs. The models are associated with the number of students. You can't have a core model if you don't have enough students to core.
But the students drive the cost if you have X number of students, that's what we've been hearing from some of these middle schools, great, we'll take those students and we can re-implement the model. So what I'm saying is, yes, I get it, the more students, but implied in that is I have more students, I get more FTEs, I can make that model work. So this is more a thought thing where I'm coming at, and I have a few more, so let me ramble here. So that was one question, and not specific to middle schools, but even Dr. Schultes was bringing up, the projected loss of FTEs over time, which may or may not happen. And I'm convinced of that. That may or may not happen. But let's assume they do. Then again, do you go just because they're here, right? And they've been if you go to a school like Orchard Avenue or LOM or whatever the school may be, and you ask them, say, we've got to make these cuts, so your staff, like everybody else, and these are the dollars we have, I would venture to say, they'd probably say, we can do it, we can plan it, we can do it. And if they don't, they're going to tell you. Because we put out, or I was listening to, and I wrote this down, this is bleak, right? And I'm thinking, if that's that bleak, and these middle school people are thinking it's that bleak, they're going to be coming to us begging that we do something because they can't make it work anymore.
Well, they have. We've gotten emails from 2 this week that said, we're in dire need.
Great. Well,
I mean, yeah, there's 2
that-
middle schools, not east, but 2 that have actually
we go.
emailed the board.
Then that's to my point exactly, is let's listen to them, what they're saying at the grassroots level, what they can and cannot do, that there are guidelines and expectations that need to be met before we come down. So that's one thing. And the other couple things is, one thing we haven't talked about for some time are what do we value as a system? I know when we were looking at the long-range planning committee, one of the questions that came up, and we had community members, business leaders, staff, everybody in this room, and we talked about what do we value in high schools? Do we value the mega schools, right, 2,000 plus students, or do we want the Palisade size high schools? And unanimously it came out, we want the smaller high schools. It was a value that was established by the community. And we haven't recently asked that again. And if the value is, okay, I'm saying ifs, that we value small schools, right? We know that is associated with a cost. Then you can go to the community and say, okay, this is what it's going to cost. This is how we can make it work. And if we value something different, then we make that happen. But it's a discussion we haven't had and maybe need to have before we go ahead and make decisions. And that gets, I probably have more points, but I'll make this last one, is, the concept of decision-making. We hear often in many, families here, wherever, about tough decisions. And I've really thought about that. And, there are a lot of things that are tough decisions. But we want to be grounded when we make those decisions that they're not ill-informed decisions, that they're not hasty decisions, that they're not dumb decisions, right? That we've really thought them out. Because anybody can make a tough decision. It's making the right decision and the best decision based on all the information we can get and then go ahead. And please don't hear me say, I get it. We may have to cut 3 schools, we may have to cut 10 schools. I understand that. But because it's so significant, I think that extra wealth of knowledge and clear, decisive expert thinking will help us to do that. And it's not minimizing what Melanie has said. I know the top-notch program and Shannon, it's just, I know our board, to the credit, has been out to schools, visiting, talking to them, reading all the emails and stuff. And I think all that does for me is say, we have a lot to disseminate, but to Dr. Hill's point, we can't drag this out forever either. All right, there comes a point you got to make a decision.
And I appreciate that. I think it gets back to the question you asked before the break around, process, and that's something that obviously we've all been thinking about. I think there's 2 pieces to that question. There's process of what we've been trying to do internally over the last few years to try to soften the blow, for a lack of a better term. And so there's a lot of work that's gone into trying to find ways to find other funding sources to make reductions in other areas. you can see from the models that were up there, we didn't take the full FTE out of middle school when we should have. And so that process, to your question, has been going on internally for years to try to figure out how to not cut so deep at the schools that they can't function or they can't offer, programs that we want to be able to offer. So I think that's the first piece. I think the second part of that is where we find ourselves today. And I've already mentioned at the beginning of this meeting, and I've mentioned it other times, like, more time would be great, right? Like, we'd always would say we'd want more time. And so, I can't change what did or didn't happen in the past. It would have been great if the level of, I don't even know if to say urgency, but just the more detailed level of raising the concerns around what we're dealing with. I wish that had been brought up in years past at a bigger level at board meetings. We could have had more time to bring the community along in this. But that did not happen. So we've been working internally to try to figure out how to fix this. I don't want to speak for Mel, but I know Mel's been on us every year of saying, like, we got to do something here. And then every time we're like, well, we'll find some money here. We'll use ESSER funding to soften that blow. So I think for that process, for the general community, I can understand where somebody would say, this feels really fast. This feels like we weren't brought along in it because of the timing of when we received, like I said, the latest data to when we were trying to get information to the board if a decision were to be made for next school year. So I totally can understand that, and I could see where somebody would be coming to say this is too fast. And if the board doesn't feel like they have the information they need to make the decision, to me, that's a concern as well. And so more time to be able to do those things would be great. I just think we need to have that honest conversation of that if we're going to do that, then we've got to go back and figure out where we're going to find that funding to provide more of that time, if that makes sense. Or we're going to do what we said from those options of we're going to need to go in and make those cuts at the schools. And then, the principals will have to tell us if they can make it work because they haven't really felt that cut yet. We've held off from the 20 or so positions that we should have cut by using those other funding sources. So I don't know that I don't know if they can speak right now to what that feels like at their campus because they haven't had that chance.
That's the point I'm bringing up.
I hear you.
If we had the two, they came here, and then the decisions, it's a moot point at that point. The people in the trenches are say, this is what we need to be more effective, right? And that's something we haven't heard. We have through emails, but not through a process of really vetting out where we are.
I think it's really, so it's hard to come to these meetings.
sure.
It's hard for staff to sit here and say, anybody who comes to present to the board, and I'm not disagreeing, I'm not arguing with you, but I'm just saying that we've received emails, at least from two middle school principals that have said, we are going to be in a real pinch next year if something doesn't shift. They do not know. And then I've conversed with them to say, how dire is it for you? They do not know where they're going to find those people. And I'm more than happy to forward those emails on to you. I think, Dr. Hill, what you just also expressed was the second part of the process is, I know we've had a lot of people ask, well, why is closing schools or consolidating schools your guys' first option? Well, obviously it's not. You guys have been trying to figure out from the inside how to stop it, right? How to change it. But now we're seeing where the staffing model is moving towards. And we have been trying to stop it by throwing more money at it. And so I just think that answers one question where this wasn't the first option. I'm really hard pressed to say, and I agree with Melanie in her presentation that anything I think we come up with is only a Band-Aid. Unless, Doug, to your point, we decide to put some kind of mill levy on the ballot this fall, but then we're gambling at that point on that the whole community, the entire Mesa County, is going to get on board when I can hear the same, I'm going to hear another part of our community say, well, if you guys can make the cuts and figure out where you need to do it, then why would I approve a mill levy? And so I think that's a bit of a gamble. We can only deal with what we kind of know. We don't know if we're going to get money from the state. We don't know that till May. We can't wait till May to make a decision because we don't know if we'll have it. What we do know is we have ESSER funds. And so if we did have to do something, we know that those would be the funds we'd have to utilize.
It's going to pull from other programs.
Pull from other programs.
things.
I think the other, so two other things, I'm just gonna, I want to put questions out there is, we've had a lot of people ask about performance. And are we considering a school's performance level in our metrics, and why or why not? And I don't know, I mean, based off of looking at other schools, districts who are doing school consolidation, and I don't know whether Shannon needs to answer this or if you all know, is I don't see the school performance metric when they are consolidating schools. And maybe I've just missed it in some places. So that's one question I have is, are we gonna consider performance level? And if, you know, if we do, why? If we don't, why? And then I know the programming, like the challenge program, if that were to move, what are some of the thoughts around transportation? Because I know that that's a real concern for families who use the challenge program. I also was surprised today to hear when we heard about the challenge program is that they actually do not get kids from the east end of town in the challenge program because those kids can't get to East. So, I mean, I just hope our community sees that this conversation goes both ways. We have kids from Clifton and Nisley and Fruitvale that can't get to East because of the challenge program. I understand that if the challenge program moves to a different middle school, that those families are also saying, you know, we can't get there. So from a district level, I'm saying, what can we do with transportation in both of those instances? What can we do to help make that program more accessible to our students no matter where it is? And then looking at the neurodiversity cottage, I don't even know why that would have to move. It's a completely self-contained program in its building. And so staff, if you can answer any of those questions or anything, those are some of the ones.
Can I jump in really quickly? So first of all, I think that those are excellent questions. I think that that level of questions points to the work that we can and need to do on this process now. A few things. One, in terms of best practices for closing schools, there's tons of guidance documents about how to pursue that. And all of them start with shared community values to understand what metrics you do include. So whether or not certain schools include performance, I'm sure some do, and I'm sure some don't. But that is a choice that the community makes based on our values, based on how we want to pursue this. A quick side note there is that I think that again really speaks to where we're at in the process. I think that for me, this has been so informative. I feel like I understand this at a much better level than I did before. And I think that for me, I am understanding how this process could work successfully in terms of everybody getting on the same page about what criteria we're comparing, what our metrics are, what our measurements are, and how to move forward from there. And so I think that we have a good starting point to do that. I think that I'm just going to speak for me, but I feel that it is obvious that we have to do something. So for me, that means putting a system in place where we can do something that is driven by our shared values and a shared process that everybody has enough time to understand and work on. And in terms of how would we get through, you know, the next year, I really struggle wrapping my head around. So, you know, for the middle schools, they knew that they had to cut another 17 FTE this year. And so, you know, that was the plan the whole time. That's never not been the plan. That was the plan. And so I know that asking them to carry on the plan that they were asked to start 2 years ago sounds like a big ask, but I'm confused about how, if it was such a big ask at that point, why people weren't like, well, we cannot do this. This cannot work at that point. So now that we're in this situation, I think it's really easy. I think I would be compelled if somebody was like, okay, we're going to close your school. I think it'd be easy to be like, yes, please close his school because it's too big of a cut for me if we don't close his school. But that's an easy statement to make. You know, we weren't getting those emails before we were like, okay, we're closing that school. We got those emails after saying like, yes, that's a great idea to close that other person's school. So I think that we need to, you know, really interrogate what is our biggest goal here, and it's to support students, support our staff, and develop trust with our community. And I think that we could start a process now that works on all of those things. And I understand that if we took that path, that this year would be rough and maybe even a little bit imprudent from like a raw financial perspective, but from a community trust building perspective and from a like making sure that we are grounded in making the best decisions for the community, I think that we just have to do it. And again, I think that all these questions about like, well, how could we incorporate this into a process? You know, what would that look like? Is anybody else doing that? I think that those are perfect questions that we can ask and answer together, and I think it's a great time to do that.
So what would happen, I mean, I know we had conversations with middle school today, and so what would happen if we were to close the middle school and leave the elementary schools alone and still research what we have to do for further? I mean, I know it could be a possibility. I'm not saying we don't want to close any schools, but if
I mean, that does look like the biggest,
but if we go through saying,
right.
if we go through saying that we're going to research this, these schools could still be there tomorrow, they could be there next week, could be there next year, or none of them could be there, it could be add more to it. But I mean, no matter who is on that list, we're still going to have people in this room saying, don't close our schools. But I mean, I know at some point we're going to have to get there. But, so what would happen if we just close the middle school down for this year and then go research for further?
Can I
So I
clarify?
guess-
Are
Or is that a possibility?
Well, no, I just want to clarify your question. You're saying, just so I understand it, move forward with the middle school and then assess what to do with the elementary schools. Okay, you said not do the elementary schools. No, I just wanted to make sure.
so with the middle school question, are we including the Fruta reconfiguration with that?
Yes.
So if we attacked the middle school issue, which would be, right now, according to the recommendation, would be to consolidate east and also do the reconfiguration out in Fruta.
So I think was kind of the purpose of having that slide in there that had the different costs by level and whether it was impact because of consolidation or whether it was a school not impacted by the consolidations. So that's information that when I was going through this, right, is like any combination of these options. Maybe something works.
So the other thing that you had on that slide was then also cleaning up the extra FTE
At high
across the system. So if there's some in high school, there's some in elementary, I would suggest that we make those as well. I like the idea of really, I mean, if we need to take a little more time with the process for the rest of it, I would be good, but it's past inaction to some degree that's led us to this point, and at some point, we've got to make a calculated risk. I mean, because the money does run out, and it could be, we could end up in a really dire situation. Just for an example, Denver Public Schools, a few years back, they were looking at closing 10 schools. There was public outcry, and there were, no, don't close any of our schools. So they said, well, we'll do 5. Well, it ended up being they kicked the can down the road. We're not going to close any schools. Everybody settle down and go home. Now they're having to close 15 or 16. They have, I mean, it's right now 16 schools, that's rough. So I understand, I would be for taking some time possibly with the elementary schools, but I'm definitely in agreeance, Will, that middle school piece we're at a dire place right now.
Well, and I think the only reason we've received the emails from those principals, and by no means did they say in their emails, like, yeah, please close that school, because they all preface it by, this is not an easy decision, and nobody wants to have this happen. I think it's because it's been a new option that's been put on the table, I think they all have been racking their brains for the last few years on how they're gonna cut that FTE. And so if there's just a different option or solution presented, and so I don't wanna make it sound like they are fine with any of the other schools closing, because that was certainly not what was conveyed in those emails. They were very compassionate and understanding for their comrades that are having to go through this. So, and I also want clarity on, this is not a whole start over on assessing schools, which I guess I'll have to ask Shannon if we're taking more time to look at this. I don't want to be yanking people back and forth and saying, it's not your school, it is your school. I mean, I do not want to play yo-yo with our community and give them hope that they think that they're not for consolidation, and then that they are for consolidation, and we're back and forth. So I guess that will be a question I have for Shannon after Melanie looks at her, we go over this slide.
So, Will, to answer your question of what would it look like if we addressed some pieces of this, right? So if elementary, if those consolidation FTE didn't happen for next year, that's a $700,000 cost versus the 3.7. So addressing the consolidation at middle school, and then still if those other couple of schools that were over in staffing, if that was still addressed, and then addressing the unfunded positions at high school, that's worth $3 million of our 3.7. So it does go a long way if that's what's needed, is to take a deeper look at elementary. I think the Fruita piece in here isn't factored, right? Because Shannon hasn't worked on what that would look like. So this is just our projection of what it could look like based on what we know right now and the numbers that we have. But it certainly would go a long way to addressing two of the levels challenges while buying some time for the third, which is the smaller dollar amount of those. And then I think, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Melanie.
I was going to say, I think Dan's been trying to talk about what it looks like for middle school principals to a couple of your guys' points of what that means.
I'm trying to get back to Doug. Doug asked me ask us 5 questions, and then it's kind of, but anyways, I want to go back to when you talk about how desperate are some of the principals, right, in middle school. There are, and I do believe you have felt the impact of those staffing cuts over the last 2.5 years. I have sat in here and listened to our middle school librarians time and time again talk about why have we lost our librarians in the middle schools, okay? And that is one of those areas in which a principal needs to get in and make cuts in the building. As Jen mentioned, is it gonna be the content teachers? Where are we gonna go with it, right? Another piece of at least the 2 that have taken it down as far as they can take it, it also has popped their classroom size up. And I do believe you fielded some questions out of those particular middle schools about, we have 32 to 36 kids sitting in a classroom, and it's because you're trying to move puzzle pieces around that may not be there. And not one principal ever wants to get in and cut a program or cut a content teacher. I mean, is it fine arts? Is it choir? Is it PE? Not one principal ever would want to get in and have those conversations. But when you get to a point that we're at with some of our middle schools, and now it's really all of our middle schools this year, there will have to be more of those decisions that are made, regardless of if there's consolidation or not. You know, Mel's explained it, we've explained it. Regardless if there is consolidation, so if there is a school that's taken offline, we will still have to go out and get the remaining FTE up there on the screen from those schools who were not able to get all the way there last year. It has been a 2 or 3 year plan where a principal, you walk in, you sit down and say, we need 5 FTE. Well, I can't, we've done the math, we've gone over our master schedule, I can only get to 2.5. Great, let's get to 2.5, and Mel has allowed us to say, but we're coming back next year to get the other 2.5 out, which this is the year now, right? The problem with that is, and what's happened, is not only did they owe us 2.5 going into this next year, they kept losing students, and now some of those principals who owed 2.5 now owe 5. And they were already like at an extreme place, right? And so that's what's happening with the declining enrollment piece. The bottom continues to fall out, and we've tried, and we've been as compassionate as a system to try to keep up with it. but we're not keeping up with it. They're falling off faster than we. And looking at the elementary numbers coming in, like look at your fifth grade group coming in the next year, it's not getting any better, right?
Can I ask a question about that? Do we have classroom, this might be a very stupid question. Is it legal to have classrooms of 32 and 36 children? Do we actually have that?
There are no laws.
I thought there was the Class Size Reduction Act of 2000 something.
I am not aware of any. Of course, we always want to look at what is that best size for our classroom, for our teachers, for our students, to build that community and for that teaching and learning. I do believe, I mean, I don't know exactly where there are that large of classrooms.
Well,
think
let me
his point,
put
though,
another
is-
piece to that really quick. So if you take a librarian out of a middle school, then the vocal arts, vocational, the PE, all of a sudden, those kids that were going into that particular exploratory now are absorbed by those other specials teachers. And I do know that has happened over the last 2.5 years. So we have huge class sizes in some of those other
Well,
exploratories.
and even if there is something in play, like you said, what teacher is going to cut, or I mean, what principal is going to cut a content teacher? When we have to do English, we have to do math, we have to do social studies and science. I mean, those are obviously off the table. And so then if, again, it goes back to my earlier statement about a small school of 100, you now have the principal feeding kids lunch, doing the custodial work, and teaching a class, and trying to be principal. I mean, it's the same concept. Now we put more kids into a classroom so that they can still learn at least the four content areas that we have to get to.
Right, and by the time we get to middle school, I mean, we have students, I just think about my students, music students. They came to school for band or for orchestra, and the thought, that's not a well-rounded school if now we're essentially pitting our content teachers against our specials teachers. It's a whole ecosystem. We need all of our teachers. We need all of our teachers to ensure that we have that programming for a well-rounded student. We can't have and then our content teachers need our exploratory teachers for planning. They each give each other that give and take when it comes to an ecosystem. We need all of our teachers, and we need all of the programming that our students would expect and our families and our parents would expect in the middle school.
I guess going back to Fruta, does the staff feel like we would be able to look at the Fruta reconfiguration? Or is that something that, I know we just don't have enough time period. I mean, but is that one, like, if we were to just look at East, I don't know, does that help us at least a little enough to slow us down a little bit? Is it better if we try to look at Fruta, or is Fruta gonna need to take a little bit more time because we just have a few different factors that go on with that one?
Can I just say something really quickly? I think that's such a good question, and I feel like it answers itself. If we don't even, if we're just saying, all right, can we just do East because we don't have enough information about Fruta, that to me says
I'm
that we
asking
don't
the
have
staff. I
information.
need them to answer.
So I think that there's a couple pieces, right? We know the east piece is a portion of that 1.8 and the consolidation ripple effect, but I think those 19 FTE that are still unaffected by the consolidation are important too when answering that question of, is that enough for 1 year? So I guess I would ask you guys, that would be part of the decision too, right? Because that 19 FTE is another almost 1.6 of the equation. So that would be a piece. I mean, otherwise, I don't know if you guys want to speak to the Fruta piece. I don't have the numbers or scenarios run.
And I have heard from some teachers out at Fruta Middle School who have expressed some concern around this next year on how they're going to move forward. So I just worry that we're just disservicing our students. And I get, Carrie, what you're saying in that there are some things that get answered with time. I don't discount that. I also think that there can be a detriment because it takes more time. So, I mean, I'm not
We've
gonna.
also had the.
I mean, you're
Fruita
darned if you
community-
do and you're darned if you don't.
I mean, we were able to, Shannon was able to go out with Dr. Hill and talk to the Fruita community specifically. So unlike with East and the two elementary schools that we're discussing and that were recommended to consolidate, the Fruita community overwhelming were for this reconfiguration at Fruita. So I feel like, to Carrie's point, we've already got the community on board. I mean, everybody, no, but the majority of the feedback that you guys got, unless I'm mistaken, was very favorable to going ahead with that reconfiguration in Fruita. So I feel like that part of it is done. If the staff has done the work to reach out to the people in those buildings, and that's the feedback that you've gotten, that now would be a good time, and you could handle that reconfiguration, then that would, I think, address a big chunk of this if we just went for middle school consolidation and Fruita.
I don't want to speak for Shannon. I think that's the remaining question for us in Fruita is, I agree with what you're saying. We surveyed the community for the overwhelming majority in that area said that they would like normalized grade structures out there. The question that we still don't have the answer to is, can you fit the kids into the, so if we move the 9th grade out of the 8-9 and put them into the Fruita Monument High School as it is right now, can you fit them? And then if you move the 8th grade, or excuse me, the 6th and 7th over to the 8-9 and make that a 6-8, can that building hold all those students? Because I know at one time we were talking about you may have to do two different options. You may have to add on to the buildings to accommodate that many students, or the other option is you look at a boundary change to pull some of the students out of that Fruita attendance zone. So that's more of a question for Shannon as far as, which we don't have an answer, as a district, we don't have an answer to right now, is can those facilities actually fit all the kids if we made that decision and didn't make any changes to boundaries? We just said next year all 9th graders from the 8-9 go to the Fruita Monument High School, and all the 6th and 7th move over to the 8-9 building and join the 8th graders. Do those facilities actually have the space for them, and are they ready to accept the kids? So that's more of a Shannon question, but I hear what you're saying. People are ready for it, but are we? I guess the outstanding question is, do we have the space to be able to accommodate that right now?
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Dan.
Yeah, thanks, you guys.
Melanie, you should probably stand up here.
I think everyone's running from a potential coughing bout, but I would say that I've got tomorrow, I'm booked solid with focus groups and interviews in District 11 with program administrators and stuff, but tomorrow I was going to do field work in Parachute and then in Rifle School District, and I could do that later. If we wanted to go ask some of the questions about facility viability given a certain enrollment, and that number is 765, by the way, as far as what the 8-9 would have to hold. And it's the same building as Book Cliff plus 2 classrooms, and it has had double portables outside of it before. So that would be the question. And then the other question becomes the idea of the Wingate boundary change, and I would show you some of the detail of that graphically just so that you understand that. But if we were to move the 9th grade in, we would need to maybe start the first year of a phased change, identical to what we did with the Scenic and Broadway transition to Grand Junction High School. So there are some bits and pieces, but, and then I can hang around longer. I just, I've got all these gaps in my schedule because of focus groups to deal with. Tomorrow is just a very good day. If we wanted to do some of this tomorrow, I would be delighted to go ask some of those hard questions and be
I think in order to go forward, we we have to have the answer if it's even a viable option at this point. And if not, what it would take to make it a viable option.
Yeah, and again, I'm just gonna, anything beyond how this goes, I'm going to defer to Superintendent Hill, but I'm just offering that if you would like that data and it's consistent with what the board goals are, I would be delighted to go out and ask the hard questions. And then regarding Wingate, just to show you, when we look at Wingate, we are looking at, let's see, Wingate. So when we look at Wingate, there are two components to Wingate enrollment. Let's see here. So there are the children that live in the Wingate attendance area, but this green line is actually the Grand Junction Fruita Monument High School line. So you can see the blue kids are Junction kids and the red kids are Fruita Monument kids. And this used to be the Wingate boundary, but when we switched this, we have almost perfect compliance with two exceptions of all of those children electing to go to Junction High School. So we made the change where the Broadway kids and the scenic kids go, but obviously these children are very proximate to Grand Junction High School, and these children that are up in this area are, quite frankly, I don't know how proximate they are to the 8-9 because they have to go all the way around through the Fruita interchange to get there. So this becomes a question of, if you wanted to do a phase change, do you want to have some sort of stakeholder involvement on addressing the potential of that? And that would take a little bit more time. But you can see there are Junction kids right here around Wingate, Junction kid, Junction kid, Junction kid, Junction kid. And even up in here, there are Grand Junction children. So these students are just cycling over and going down Monument Road and on into Grand Junction in order to attend Grand Junction High School. So if you were to phase those students into Grand Junction High School 1 year at a time, there are 360 of them, and you can see that about 66 of them go to Grand Junction High School. So that leaves about 295, or in round figures, 300. So about 75 per grade level. So 1 year of transition, meaning the freshmen at about a 70% participation rate would pull 50 kids out of Fruita Monument High School and probably free up close to enough space to make that viable. And then the second year, we would certainly have enough students transition at a 70% participation rate. And that would set you up where all of the Redlands children would go to Grand Junction High School together from their middle school experience on in. And then if students that live over here more proximate to Fruita Monument or for other reasons, family history, older siblings, et cetera, those children could school of choice into Fruita Monument High School. So that could be one solution. A lot of this data has kind of been floating around for a long time because we talked about it 2 years ago, of having everybody go. But that's kind of, we're getting back to the kind of the trifecta. We need to see if Fruita Monument could accommodate 765 children in a 6, 7, 8 structure, and then we would need to ask Fruita Monument High School if they could use some alternative scheduling or some fat sections or a 0 or an 8 period in order to get through 1 year with all of the ninth graders and a little bit of a higher number of children in the building than might be desired. But again, if you would like, I can follow up on those issues and see if this might be possible. The one kind of obvious situation here is that we don't have a growth plan in this case for Fruta, which will continue to grow over time. And Fruta, let's see, that's not what I'm looking for. Fruta has all of those children that are over in the growing part of Fruta that we will eventually have to accommodate at all 3 levels. So we would have to put into our future master plan process a growth plan for Fruta that would address bringing additional middle school seats back online if you take the middle school offline.
So my immediate thought is, as we're going through all these different options, how many FTE, so if we took that option, how many FTE would that pull out? And then would we also need to do East? Is there an efficiency? Do we have to do all of it? Can we just do one of it? How do we make these decisions?
Meaning the decision to add the Fruta
Well,
conversion?
if we're, yeah, so I think for all of us, we've all wondered why it wasn't included in the first place. So I think we all want it in there. I only speak for myself, but that is what I wanted in there. But then the question becomes, okay, so if we move forward with Fruta, do we also have to move forward? Is it still as critical that we pull another middle school too? And is East the right middle school? There's just all these additional questions. So how many FTE would we be fixing if we did that, if we did the Fruta reconfiguration?
I don't think that's information we have without Shannon doing the work on the Fruta reconfiguration.
To see if we could do it, but if we could do it, plus the additional FTE that needs to be cut from the other schools, once the reconfiguration is done, it's all of it. It's all of the middle school issue. If I'm not mistaken, wouldn't it be, that's why I suggested if we include the Fruta reconfiguration, that takes care of 100%, again, with the additional FTE, that everybody's going to have to cinch their belts up. That would take care of that largest chunk of our shortfall and ongoing compounding of the dollars that aren't going to be there.
It certainly could, yeah. Yeah. You know me, I like to see the numbers.
I know.
Dig in, but
I mean,
yes. in
theoretically,
theory,
that would
yeah.
be all of it, because we have addressed the entire middle school issue.
I think Fruta was in the set, it just had a lower rating, so it was one of the candidates. It wasn't part of my recommendation because of the complexity of it and the fact that we don't leave an option for accommodating additional growth other than boundary changes in the Appleton area would be the safety valve for it.
So then if it ended up that you needed more time, that to get this done this fall just simply is too much of a lift, then maybe, I'm just posing this to the board, then maybe an option is to do as much as we can at the middle school level. And there again, to your point, would give us a little more time. And because the elementary school is kind of at the start of having the big problem. The middle school's there. We have arrived. That is, past probably, and too much past inaction. We needed to have this going on before now. We didn't, so now is the time, I think. We've got to do this before. We can try to react to it once it's happened. But I would much rather have a response going into it, knowing where we're going, than having to just start pulling plugs. So, I'm just posing to the board, if they find that really this trifecta of all the things that have to happen with Fruta is just impossible to do all of that in the time that we're talking about, would we want to move forward with just addressing the middle school issue? And then, it would give us another school year. There are problems that come with that too that we've all discussed. There are teachers that, just by history will show us that once you know that a school is going to close, it becomes more and more difficult to staff it the way you want because people start to move immediately. You know, we know that people from East are already putting those moves into motion. So there is a little bit of a risk there, but it would allow us that one more year to see what happens, see if the projections are continuing to go that way. It would give us one more year. But then we'd have to do it.
I think we have to I think the board has to make a decision before a year. So I would like to know, if Shannon has the time, I'm just gonna ask for myself, I would like the information on Fruta, if we could get it. If that's something he would have time to get to the board. I think if we're to move forward, and I'm gonna follow up on this question that I asked earlier about, you know, is we would have to make a decision I would want the district to come back to the board no later than end of August to have assessed everything, and if that includes Fruta, and if that includes also reevaluating, or not
We'd have to know
reevaluating,
Fruta
but just.
before that, Andrea.
What?
We'd have to know Fruta before that. You mean if we put it on hold? Never mind, you're right.
Right, I'm
mind.
saying if
Jumping ahead.
Shannon gives us the information based off of what he can go and get tomorrow, and he's just saying, no, there's just more information we're gonna have to get through, like what you were saying, then that we would address Fruta. And then I guess I wanna be clear, because I think there's some confusion of, are we starting completely over on the elementary schools and evaluating it, or are we just reconfirming the elementary schools? And so I'd want the district to be tasked with, like I mentioned, are you gonna consider performance data or not? And then, you know, what else, you know, some other questions that we've had that we would address with looking at those schools. And then I think, but no later than August, the district presents it to us, and then the board needs to vote on it no later than the end of October, because we have to give our families plenty of time, even before school of choice, which we would also have to address with the East families, that they would have to have the option to do school of choice before next year of 2023, so that our families can be prepared. So I don't think we have a year to wait as far as the board making a decision. I think we have a few more months that we can have the district work a plan, a more in-depth plan. But I don't, those are the timeframes that I think, between talking with Dr. Hill and others, that I think are feasible. And then again, I agree with you, Angela, is that I just really, really worry that the morale at the buildings, you know, for a whole school year, of whether not knowing, I don't want to yank any of our schools around, of not knowing where they would need to be. I feel like that would almost be worse. I don't know. It's such a struggle, because, you know, then if you're just those families and those teachers and those buildings, you just knowing the inevitable. So again, I'm just thinking out loud, just all the thoughts that go through our heads of just trying to figure this stuff out.
What it seems like we've heard, though, from a lot of our families in our community, is that they would rather that. They would rather have that year of knowing what's coming, rather than it happening just so quickly.
But I worry that I guess I want to, from a board standpoint, I think we need to be clear with our community that year doesn't mean that they're
It
trying
isn't
to
going
change
to, right,
the
it isn't going to
outcome.
change, but they would know for sure when.
I guess they could prepare.
Correct.
I would say that what doesn't change is that we're gonna have to look for consolidations. And so that, like, if we're taking more time to try to figure out, I mean, unless, like you said, unless there's some other solution, we've tried to look at everything we can over the last few years, and we've tried to cut where we can, to try to help with this. So I don't see some other, 1,300 kids just coming back to the district all of a sudden. So I think if the conversation is that we're going to continue to investigate this process, if we're going to, we would need more time if we're going to start talking about things like values and are these certain criteria that we want to look at outside of the criteria that's, that Shannon uses. So that requires more time. But I don't want to, I hear what you're saying. I don't want to change the narrative to say that we're going to take more time so we can back off of doing the thing that may be hard in the end. We just won't, it sounds like we're needing more time to look into these things a little bit further. I wonder about the middle school piece though, because it sounds like you're saying that you want to rip the Band-Aid off all at one time, but we're also having a discussion on should we take care of one of them now? So and I hear what you're saying too, like if they know something's coming down the road, so that is a dilemma as well. Yeah.
Well,
speaking
Dr.
out loud,
Hill,
too.
that's a really good point, and I don't want to discount, I want to make sure that, we're in an interesting position here because we're not the ones tasked to do all of the work. We've been presented with the work that you all have been doing, and I think that for our community, unless you've been attending every single board meeting for the last 3 to 5 years, it has been brought up. It just, nobody thought it meant like, it's always like, well, but it won't happen today, right? It'll happen one day, but not today. And all of a sudden you wake up one morning and it's today, and some decisions it's time to make. So while we're bantering around, maybe not ripping the whole Band-Aid off, as you said, if you would implore us to do that, based on the work that you guys have done and have been doing, then maybe we need to listen to that recommendation as well. I don't want to discount all the work that you guys really have put into this. If you know that this is the outcome, within a reasonable doubt that this is what we need to do, then, we need to maybe listen to those of you that are experts. When I look at Melanie's face, and I've been looking at her face a lot this last week, we all have.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, it's a cute face. We're happy about it. I can see the worry. I can see the concern. And we've discussed that how fortunate we are to have someone that has been in that office for, I won't out you with how many years, a lot of 100 years. This stuff inside and out. I don't think I've ever been able to, any of us have ever come up with a question that you've been unable to answer. You're very conservative in giving those answers. And when I see that you've got this kind of concern about this and you're showing us those kinds of numbers that compound by several $1 million a year, I think we have to take the experts' advice and follow to some degree what you guys think we need to do.
So I think thank you. My second piece to that is there isn't an option not to make a decision. Like no matter which one of those 4 bullet points on that last slide happens for next year, it is a decision. So whether it's the decision to find some funding that gets us through a year, that's a decision that has ripple effects across our system too. So I think I just want to be clear on that piece of that there is a cost of time, and maybe that cost of time is worth it in the end. But I just want to make sure that it's not an action, it is a deliberate decision to make one of those decisions. And I know that's where you guys are too, but it would be making that decision.
Well, I think there's maybe just looking at the happy medium is if, let's just say we won't have enough information to deal with FRUTA. But we know that the middle school issue is an issue. So I worry about utilizing, we'll just say the ESSER dollars because we don't know what we'll get from the state. I worry about using those funds that we're going to take away from students who were highly impacted over COVID. We might have to cut back on summer school. I worry that then we're just
Robbing
cutting,
from
well,
Peter to pay
well,
Paul.
right, but we're gonna, it's just gonna be more of a challenge those kids will just be set back even further. We're not gonna be making any headway. I mean, because the ESSER dollars are intended to try to help those kids to get caught up, to have those services. So, and I did ask the principal at East today, I just said, if you were to close in 2023 or 2024, what would be your preference? And I'm gonna say that he has very much fighting and advocating for his school. There's no doubt about it. I know every principal in this district would fight and advocate for their schools. But if he said that he would rather it close in 2023 because waiting for a whole year for 2024 was very concerning about the morale for the building, for the students, and everybody for an entire school year.
Staffing.
And staffing, because they lose the staffing. And so again, there's no like answer that's just, that just seems perfect. But I'm just saying that that's the reality of that situation. And the challenge program I know can be moved. I mean, we could look at keeping, that team together and working through that. But I just, I mean, maybe there's, like you said at your last point, there can be a combination of the options.
I was gonna say, I think that's the more I've looked at this and just come to grips with it myself, right? Like some of those enrollment numbers, when you hear them, like they take a minute to settle in and just appreciate the gravity of it. Or some of those overages, even if they seem small or smaller in relation to others, but they all do compound, like I've hoped to demonstrate tonight. And so I do think that it is maybe some combination of those options. And so I appreciate that you guys are looking into that, because it seems like each level has some distinct nuances or some distinct differences in how they would be addressed, elementary, middle, and high.
I know we had some concern in emails around the displacement versus how did you guys say it? Reduction in force, yes. So I don't want it to, I think maybe whether it was misunderstood, or I don't want it to come across as an insult to obviously our teachers who've been in our district for a long time, that like they have to sort of reapply for their jobs. But I know there's like a lot of HR rules that we have to follow. I don't know if Nikki can maybe allude to a little more clarity around that displacement piece. So we could just maybe revisit that to give clarity to our educators who kind of felt like, well, man, I've worked in this district for a really long time, and like maybe they feel like they're starting over. But so maybe you could kind of speak to that process a little bit more.
Sure. And I definitely understand that concern. I know that some staff may be nervous about having to reapply for jobs, but in the application process, depending on what you all decide, and depending on the number of staff members who might be impacted, we do have to have a way to track not only what positions they're interested in, but it also gives them an opportunity to really display all their great strengths. By being able to present their resume and to fill out an application, it helps that hiring supervisor understand the depth of talent that we have in our district.
That is so great. Thank you for finding the light spot in that. Because I think for most people, just that first statement is, wait a minute, I have to reapply, and instead of you have to, it's sort of like you get to.
Yeah, because they really get, and I know that it's time consuming, or it can be time consuming, but it really gives everybody an opportunity to put their best foot forward. And that's what we want our hiring supervisors to be able to see. And so we also, of course, we have a process of how we track who's interested in what positions and when people are hired and where they're hired. And so if we funnel that all through our application process, that helps our processes in the end. And you know, we're available to help educators if the technology is something that they need help with. We'll sit down with them, we'll walk them through that. Depending on what you all decide and what schools are impacted, we plan on going out to the schools to sit alongside folks and help with whatever they need, whether that be getting online or if they just need some coaching on resumes or whatever we can do to try to make that process a little easier.
So
The other,
can you help them with what kinds of maybe fresh new things might be available that maybe people hadn't thought of?
sure.
I mean, where you could give people a little bit of an idea of, with their particular credentials and interests, hey, there's some of these things that maybe you haven't thought of.
Right.
Okay.
And, you know, that we just have to have a way to track which positions people are interested in. So, for example, if there's an opening at Loma Elementary, well, not everybody's going to be interested in Loma Elementary, maybe because of the drive. And so we just want to make sure that there's a way where we can track what people are interested in, and we want to be able to make sure that we can help them with whatever positions might be of interest. And I think it's important to mention and talk a little bit more about the mutual consent. So mutual consent is a state law that says if you have a non-probationary teacher who is displaced from a school closure, they have to find a position through mutual consent. Mutual consent means the principal and some teachers in that building that have gone through a selection process, they want that teacher, and then the teacher has to agree to that as well. And so we are guaranteeing those non-probationary folks an interview. And so if they don't find a position in this hiring cycle, meaning this spring, they can continue to look all next year, and we're going to temporarily place them somewhere for 1 year so their pay and benefits continue.
Thank you.
We're working on right now what that application process might look like. We hope that it would be a condensed application, so it's not the full length, but we're working on that now, and we'll have more information.
Will, did you have something? All right.
I know another Mondo
No,
board
just-
meeting. I just want to go back to asking you, maybe you're not ready to answer it tonight, but do you have a recommendation as far as do we do everything or do we go maybe part way? Because we're going to have to make a decision by next week.
Yeah, it's a,
We may need further discussion, I don't know.
yeah, it's a good question. I think the other piece of that too is that, you know, our job is to try to provide the board with the best information that we can. And so if there is hesitancy around that, then I think that's a question for the board as well. And so if more time is a request from the board to be able to pull together more information, and if we want more time for, you know, engagement with the community, that's something that we can have that discussion. But it gets back to Mel's point, then that is a decision then. That means that we've got to figure out what we're going to do with financially with the situations for next year. So I don't want to be dismissive of where the board is at in this process as well, because again, we've had to pull a lot together in a very short period of time, and so I guess that's also, I'm throwing a question back to the board on whether or not you feel like you have everything you would need to make a decision, because I would assume we'd be making a decision, if we were going to make a decision on a closure or consolidation, it would be happening, I don't know if it's March 7th at the next work session or if it's another special meeting, but yeah.
Well, because you guys, I mean, we do need to make a decision because everybody is kind of sitting in limbo right now, not just those schools or a school, whatever we decide.
Students,
I mean,
parents.
well, right, we've had people who've retired, we've had, would we, okay, so let's just say East, it's just East. Are we opening up school of choice for those families?
That's something that we talked about doing, potentially having just a very shortened window for the schools that were actually impacted by the closures. But school of choice also depends on availability in other schools. And so, and it impacts two ways. It's the kids that were choicing into that building, and then the kids who had well, no, I guess it would just be the kids that are currently at that building right now, choiced in, finding another location for them. So they'd either go back to their home school, or they'd have to choice into another building if it had availability.
And then if we move challenge, can we try to work out some ways for transportation that would work out for either that program or, and I know transportation's already been kind of working on a plan. And granted, they can only get so far because they don't have, obviously, a complete decision from the board. But I would want to try to make it as easy as possible for those families who, if their kids wanted to remain in the challenge program, we could offer a transportation option or something.
So that, and I wish Clint was here right now. That's a change. Oh,
Oh,
Oh, there he is.
I'm here.
that is really creepy. I didn't realize you were on there the whole time. And you're really
He's
loud.
been waiting to do that all night.
I have. I've been waiting for that.
Okay.
Dr. Hill needs to
So-
compose himself before he can go on.
The only reason why I bring that up is because that would be a change in how we've done transportation for that program in the past, if that makes sense. So I understand what you're asking, because that came up not only through emails, but questions in person as well. As we currently don't offer transportation for the challenge program. Just like I don't believe we offer transportation for like the middle school dual immersion program. They may have transportation hubs, but not full-on transportation. So that's a question that I don't know if Clint has the ability to answer right this second, but that would be something we would have to look into unless you have an answer for
Maybe
that, Clint.
some option of that. I mean, like I mentioned earlier, even if with the challenge program at East, as it is right now, most of our kids from the east end of the valley they're not even applying for it because they can't get transportation to East. So I guess if we have these kinds of programs in the district, I just feel like it's our obligation to try to find some ways. Maybe we can't provide all the transportation, but maybe we can find some ways to make it just the access more available to all the students across, So I don't know, Clint, can you speak to maybe some thoughts you have if you can?
Sure. So we have been working on just some of the boundary changes from last week, just kind of looking at what some possibilities are. And the challenge program has been something that we've looked at, and some ideas around transportation and how we might be able to manage that. And yeah, there is some more information that we're definitely going to need, but with some of the things that we're working on right now with our tiering system, Shane and I have talked about, the possibility of being able to provide that service at minimal or no cost impact to the district. So again, some more information is needed, and we need to work through it a little bit more, but I think it's doable.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts or questions? Okay, so I know the things that we did not discuss tonight actually, let me back up. So if we are taking more time with the elementary schools, are we or are we not starting the entire process over to evaluate what schools those would be? Or are we just reaffirming, like getting more information that Orchard Avenue and Lincoln Orchard Mesa are the ones? I guess I'm really, really concerned. I do not want to be yanking people around thinking that there's hope of not being closed, or then they could still be closed. This is probably for Dr. Hill or Shannon, if the board waits on the elementary schools, what are we looking for?
And would you suggest, is that what you want?
Well, again, I'm going to put it back to a question. I feel like in the last
What are we
meeting,
looking for?
there was a reservation from the board on whether or not we felt like we had all the information that we needed. So if we're having more time, then I think we would try to pull in other data points. I talked to Clint before about, we were already gonna be doing a revamped long-range facility plan process. So do we need to bring some other folks in to do a deeper dive into the facility conditions of the buildings? I think that there's we still haven't answered that question on whether or not there are other things that back to Doug's point, are there goals or values that the board and the district want to look at outside of just straight boundaries and facility conditions? That's a discussion that we haven't had the time to have. So I think those are things that we could bring into the equation. So yeah, I guess I'm trying to answer, because if we're saying that we've already made up all of our minds on everything, then I would question why would you wait unless we feel like we need more information for the board to be able to make that decision. And if that's the request, then we can do that, and we can talk about what a longer process would look like for us versus kind of the month-ish that we've had to get where we are today.
Okay, can I piggyback on that? So in my opinion, a couple of things. One, again, Fruita was totally off the table in elementary schools, and Fruita has the most schools with the lowest, percent utilization of the building.
The most room for growth. Is that
Yeah, but
fair?
they still,
No, I mean,
still
in the
would.
area, because of that one big area that
Well, but
we
these are great.
thought would build out, and so we built a brand-new school, and we've got space out there. So do we think that that's the area that will grow in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, and those are great points that I would argue need to be explored. And I think that honestly, for me, that further reinforces my concern about projections, because when we built all those new schools, we were like, oh my gosh, we need all this space today because we're gonna have this massive amount of growth, and the growth has not come, and our schools are under half utilized. And
But
so,
nobody thought we were gonna have 9% inflation either 2 years ago. So, I mean, it all, I guess, is kind of relative. And I mean, I understand what you're saying, but I guess we as a board need to be really clear. Are we asking them to completely start over? Or are,
I'm going to say, I don't see any reason for them to completely start over. They had narrowed it down to a list of 10 schools that they were taking that deeper look at. I wouldn't suggest starting completely from scratch. We don't have any new information that tells us that we need to completely scrap everything we've done to this point, and you guys need to totally start over. But I would say that if you want to take the time to look at those 10 schools that were already identified, then it sounds like that would allow us to take that little bit deeper dive that you're talking about, Carrie.
I think that's a good starting point, because I don't think we want to, figure out one school's better than another school or this and that
already
performance.
did that work.
And I know that, but what I'm saying is, we talk about performance, and I love the fact that we have performance schools. But if we look deep down and we really get to the bottom of it, the building didn't make the performance. The teachers made the performance. So we can figure out what needs to happen, or if that's the decision we did, make sure we made the right decision. Because I don't want to close a school and then turn around next year and say, well, we shouldn't have closed that one, we should have closed this one. We don't want to close any schools. I just want to make sure that we have that list of 10 schools to make sure that the elementary schools are the right school. That's the right choice. If it turns out that those 2 on the list are the right ones, so be it. If not, then we move on to what we need to do. So I think that a good starting point is where we're at with the middle school, and give a precise, by August, we have to have a decision, whether it's the 2 we have on the list or 4 more we have. That's just my observation.
And just to be clear, we could see further evidence that we need to go further than 2, and I think we have to be open to any results that they come with.
Right.
so thank you. I appreciate understanding your points of view. I disagree. I think that we need to start over, because those 10 schools, there were so many standards that I still don't understand. We talked about, we were told that they were first pared down based on dividability. But then, you know, I asked about one specific school, and it was like, oh, well, the architecture of that was really cool, and that school's still in good shape. Okay, well, that's not dividability. You know, if we looked at our special programs, some of our magnet schools, they would be the most easily dividable because they don't have a physical homeschool range, but we're protecting those because of our values. We believe that, or at least that, you know, the initial assessment was that we wanted to protect those. But so I think that, I do not understand why every single one of those 10 schools was on the list and why every single one of the other schools was not on the list. I think that there were misapplied standards and they were not clearly articulated to us. So maybe we could start by just being like, all right, tell us exactly how these 10 got to it, and you know, we could have a group of people that see if they agree or disagree, but I do not agree with that first culling. I do not agree with those 10. One, because I don't understand them, and B, because again, I was told that, you know, one reason was architecture, and that does not align with my values.
Well, then who are we gonna have do that? We've already paid Shannon the money, who's worked in our district for 18 years. I am not up for hiring another demographer just to then come back, I mean, potentially with the same information. I mean, we could have Clint do the RFP on facilities. I think that's actually a valid, since we're gonna do it anyways for our long-range facilities plan, they could look at those facilities. I mean, I worry that we need to be really careful about schools getting pitted against each other. I had to go do damage control this week at other elementary schools because of comments that were made on Tuesday that those schools felt were very disparaging to them. I worry that the longer we take, we're gonna start eating our own. And so I don't know that, I mean, to take more time and completely start over the process, I mean, I guess, do we just do away with all the work Shannon did? And then who would you recommend?
Yeah, I'm not trying to be that like black and white. What I am saying is, again, I think that all of these decisions come back to our values. And I think values are not something you hire somebody to figure out. I think that is a committee of people who could be tasked with, you know, coming up. Again, there are standard best practices. The first one is always develop the criteria, metrics, and measurables for how to even approach these questions. That committee could be tasked with ensuring that we don't have to hire a specialist, using as much data are available. Like we could constrain it, but I do not believe that this board can sit here and be like, we are 100% behind these 10 schools that we don't know why they were chosen, and some of them were chosen for very arbitrary reasons. So I think we need a committee. I think we need to keep costs down 100%. I think we do have a lot of data. We have a lot of expertise. And Shannon did collect a lot of great data that we can rely on. But I think we need to go all the way back to following standard best practices, which exist.
So I guess that gets back to my question on even the middle school piece. Like, is this is there also reservations about that, or are folks more confident with the middle school discussion? That would give us some direction too. Are we also talking about going back to square one with, I shouldn't say square one, but that same level with middle schools, or do folks on the board feel more confident in the information that's been delivered around that?
So I think that's an excellent question, and I could not sit here and say that I know why East was chosen. I do not know why East was chosen. But regardless, if we're thinking about something like Fruta, I have very limited understanding of it because we don't have that information yet. But I mean, I would argue for the same thing. Fruta feels very different for me because everybody already attends both of those schools effectively. And so that one feels a little bit different for me. So I could see myself being more comfortable moving forward with Fruta with more information sooner, because again, all those students attend both of those schools.
So the reason, I mean, and as we've sat here all night and said we don't want to close any schools, the reason that East sounds a little bit, and we walked to that school today, and the principal himself was like, if you're going to rip the Band-Aid off, you might as well rip it off because we've already, but the competition, when they got the letter saying that, you guys may be up, teachers already started looking for jobs. So, and they've already started, he's already wrote countless recommendations. And the part that sucks about it is even though we say, okay, you might be okay, they want to guarantee that we can't give them a guarantee. We can't say, hey, you have 5 years. Hey, you have 3 years. Hey, you have 2 years. We can't say that. So that Band-Aid's already been ripped off. So, I mean, even him, the admin saying that, it's time to, move on, even though we don't want to, it's something we have to do. I mean, it's right there. That's the only reason I say east is, where we have to move at.
Yeah, I hear that. Thank you. I think I have two thoughts about that. One, I still don't know why we chose East, but two, is it our belief that if we were to do something with Fruta, we would also need to do something with East? I feel like, do we have that much information? Do we know that already?
I think that's what Angela was alluding to
Right.
earlier.
So we might not even know that yet.
We might not know what. Sorry, I'm not.
If we need to consolidate both of those schools.
No, I think we do.
No, there's no
think
question that the
that's
middle
clear.
school has to be dealt with across the board.
We have a Fruta element
are
and we have,
two.
the in-town element.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess I see Shannon's rubric way more clear.
I do too.
I mean, and maybe Shannon can just allude to that again. I mean, I thought he took a very objective level of not trying to pit one school against the other. But I do think we could look at the facilities a little bit more in depth. I think that is one piece where I think we could look with Clint and or the organization that will, I guess, ultimately win the RFP for the facilities plan, is I think we could look at that piece, because if you look at the ingress and the egress of dropping kids off, picking them up, fences around schools, the location of schools far enough away from the road, the different factors that were presented, I think, to keep the schools on a neutral standpoint. I mean, I guess I followed the logic there on why those particular schools, and then also backing it up with how it works within, like, the city of Grand Junction, because there's literally no more room to build homes in a certain area, that those would then not be where children would feed into those schools. And so I guess, Shannon, that was another question I asked, was asked of me today, was the 1,000 units, I think, apartments that's going in downtown. I think somebody had asked, well, wouldn't that be an option for children? Thank you, Nikki. I know you probably want to get out of being in the front, don't you, as fast as you can. Can you speak to those apartment units or condo units that are being built? What is your experience of those being actually housing children, I guess, going into those schools in the downtown area?
We got 3 elementary kids out of the Rail Yards project, which was 198 students.
We got 3?
3. So my experience with apartments is that they're low yield fundamentally, unless they're 2 and 3 bedroom units, all affordable, all subsidized. So for the most part, and I do a lot of sampling of urban apartment buildings. In fact, I did a lot of that last week, and I get 6 or 8 kids out of a building. So 1,000 units, that's probably 5 buildings. So I think we're talking about, 50, 75 kids max. And I think dividing them among elementary, middle, and high school, just based on the work that I did for the R5 Whitehall funding project with the Downtown Development Association, I just think we're looking at a more urbane resident, and I think we're looking at people that are going to be less likely moving into that housing to have children. And Mesa County has probably the lowest apartment vacancy rate in the state. We had 4% back when I did that project. And so what happens is people move around within the rental housing market, and they'll move into the newer units, and then some of the older units will open up for other people. And I just think we're probably looking at older units in other parts of town really being where some of that impact of those 1,000 additional housing units would probably be manifested. But just based on my experience downtown, and I've hung out downtown for almost 40 years now, you know, just shopping for guitars and going to the fly shop and looking around and thinking, could I live here myself? And I think it's an awesome place to be, but I just don't see a lot of young families gravitating downtown. Now, that may be changing, but at this point, I just don't think it would be enough for us to base a school facility decision on that. When we opened Chipeta, we rebuilt Chipeta, we did some pretty extensive study of downtown, and we heard some of the growth forecasting and said, yes, we think that new school would be justified. And, you know, Chipeta has not swollen at all as a result of growth that's happening down there. So I think we're fine downtown because it's 90 to 95% built out, and we're just not going to get huge numbers out of those additional units. And again, I've done this forever. I've been over and over all these things where somebody says this housing is going to completely explode your school. And I've heard that just dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of times. And a lot of times I'll go ahead and adjust figures to say, okay, we're going to bump this up. And I just come back again and again where it does not have a meaningful impact because it's in a neighborhood that's 90 to 95% built out. You wind up with an equilibrium of a large housing stock. People move around within the housing stock. And if it's not a huge bump, you just don't get a neighborhood school impact out of it.
Is that true for just infill conditions? Because Grand Junction is, you know, the urban environment is infilling with dense housing. So it's not just one unit or two units, it's going, you know, it's every vacant lot down there will be.
I thought Northwest Grand Junction was going to go off the scale with the 3 or 4 big apartment buildings that got built over in the Pomona attendance area, and it hasn't done anything to Pomona's numbers. So I thought given the rate at which that 800 units came online that we'd get a bunch of kids out of it, and we haven't. I thought we'd get a dozen kids out of the rail yards, and I wanted to move it from Pomona to Chipeta, and we didn't do it in time because I was afraid it might produce kids, and now I've got 3. I can show you the 3 kids on my computer system there. We've got 3 kids. So I just, you know, and I don't know that they're 100% leased out yet, but they're close to it. I wish this weren't the case. I wish there were children. I mean, I miss seeing a lot of kids floating around all over the place. It's just, we're just not seeing kids in some of these new housing projects like we used to. And I think the people that are buying them are just a different profile of folks that are less likely to have kids.
I could just throw in, the question was asked earlier about elementary, so I'll go back there. Just my sense about start over, reset, I'm not sure what either one of those means necessarily. I would not be a proponent necessarily. There's been a lot of good groundwork done, a lot of good information. I don't think anybody's suggesting, I'm certainly not, to throw that all out the window. What I've been suggesting last week and now is that we add to that with different perspectives, different, you know, Carrie talked about, you know, a committee together, so it will help to bring more a solid foundation to the decisions we make about the schools. Regarding the schools, if it's 10, 11, 3, or whatever it is that, to me, that part is re-looked at and reevaluated. And if the whole idea about extending the process a little bit, or developing the process more, and including more voices and more understandings and more data, the whole idea there is a notion, at least in my mind, is that I'm not comfortable with what's there now, and I would suggest that we say it's a reset, it's a reset on the schools we've looked at as far as we've identified right now with LOM and Orchard. And to me, the school board thing, we wipe the slate clean, we start over and say, as Dr. Hill said earlier, this is, if he had to do it again, I would gather that we wouldn't have started presenting all this stuff January 17th, and here we're a little month later making huge decisions. And that's not a knock on you. I mean, you identified that this has been a fast process because of all the reasons we've been stating tonight. So long-winded, I'd say reset in terms of keep what we've learned, the information we've gathered, gather more, and maybe that's where we have a meeting of some sort that identifies, here are the things we need answers to. If it's transportation, special services, special ed, programming, you name it. There's more than I could just announce. And then, but with regards to the schools, because you're right, we don't want, would you say, we don't want eating our own thing? We don't want that, and we don't want to promote that. And I think the way to do that is that we're all in unison to say we're going to start anew as far as looking at the schools, because then we'll have a criteria, maybe adding to the criteria of how a school is identified, and then it'll be clear to everybody, okay, well then these 7 schools are going to be looked at, and they may or may not include LOM and Orchard Avenue, but they're going to be an equal footing with everybody else, because I think there's been some semblance of agreement that that's what we need to do. That I don't know that, and maybe I'm wrong, that we're all convinced that those are the 2 schools that need to be nixed for the reasons that have been brought forth so far. So I hope that makes
So you would go beyond not just the 10 schools, you would want to have all elementary schools
Well, I don't think
reevaluated, or, because I think he's done some work to kind of narrow the field down, but
Well, what I'm saying is,
Or just
then let the
reaffirm?
group or who's ever part of the reassessment of this can say, yep, hey, we agree with that, that's where we're gonna
Okay.
go. Or they may be, and again, when I say they, people who are more expert than any of us, that can say, yeah, but we need to look at this, and that as reasons to either expand or contract that list. And so to do that, though, you have to start with we don't want to give extra weight to the schools have already been identified, that there is some question, were they properly identified or were they not? And this extended process with more voices may confirm what's been recommended. Those schools, yeah, they're lock solid to be whatever, or no, there aren't, or there are more, or we need to include. That's what I'm saying. It's a relook, not a restart, not a start all over, but to see what we have and expand that and but be clear about what, for the time's sake and the money's sake, that we're clear about what are we asking this committee and who's going to be involved in it, and what do we ask them, what do we task them with? And when we do the calendar committee, we are specific with them. These are the things that need to be considered with your recommendation, from the board. And it was, I remember minimizing fragmented weeks, with the whole list. And that's all I'm saying here is, because this could be endless, right? Any number, you could be here for 3 years and we don't want to do that.
We can't.
No, we can't, no, and I think we're all.
That is no
Absolutely.
longer even an
I think we all, five all totally agree, I'm agreement with that. That's why I'm saying we need to be very narrowly focused. I like President Heights' idea that, September 1st, August 30th, this has to be done, and then bring us along during the way. So it's not, that date doesn't come and then we start all over again why we don't like
Right.
whatever's there. That by the time that gets there, we're signing off because we've been part of that process. Just like, again, with calendar committee, they don't just drop that on us. We're part of that process of development. So that's all I'm suggesting with the elementary. With the middle school, I just have to admit I'm more inclined in what we've heard from schools, and that's where most of it's being sucked, the money, that perhaps we need to expedite that somehow. But the elementary, I'm personally feel that. I don't want to narrow on the semantics of it, but I restart, over, I don't think we have to do that. We've already put some good work in.
I think that's good, and I mean, at least from what I'm hearing from everybody tonight, I know we've had a lot of people emailing us to implore us to not close any schools. I just want people to understand that that's actually not an option. I mean, schools will be consolidated, so I want people to understand that as the board is moving forward, we're just gonna, like the term I like to use is measure twice, cut once. Because as we're saying, we're not looking at this to say that we're not closing schools or consolidating.
But I would suggest there, and I'm, that may be 99.9% true, but I'm also, you had brought it up earlier, do we go for a mill levy, right? Because we're thinking that, would that be a way to, if the community values, and I'm making a lot of just statements, if the community values, we value small schools at all expense, right? Then it suggests the community may be open, and I'm not saying they will, I think that would be a long shot, but when we're looking at this, I want to look at the whole continuum of the absolute, this is going to happen to, we have win-wins all over, nothing has to happen, which I know may not happen, but I think we have to, there could always be that possibility if we go back to, like Dr. Hill had suggested, you go back and you do some type of, I don't know, survey, I hate to use that word, but some type of feel, what does the community, what do we value? Right now, we're assuming they value the things that have been proposed, and they may or may not. Anyway.
Yeah, I feel like we could confine it, because I hear what you're saying. We could confine it to saying like, all right, you committee have to come up with a plan for 40 FTE, I don't know. Just like, you have to come up with a plan for these 40 FTE. You can come up with 2 plans if you want to come up with a plan to fund those, and then we want to see a plan to cut them. Because like you said, we cannot rely, even if all of us here were like 100%, we're going for a mill levy for $8 million to cover ourselves for the next 5 years, like if that doesn't happen, then what? So we could still say, whatever, explore whatever you want to, come up with a plan for however many FTE we feel, or however we want to frame that. You have to be able to cut these.
It isn't just the FTE.
Sure.
I mean,
Right.
there is.
Right, so a consolidation-based FTE plan. And if you want to do something else, great, come up with that too. But come up with, we know we need this plan within our scope. We have to have this. Come up with that plan, and then whatever, come up with something else.
Well, I also want to be very mindful too that while I'd love to just ask for mill levy money to cover that expense of $8 million, I think we're also cutting ourselves short that then we can't ask for mill levy money to cover resources, security. I mean,
Which
we
we
could
know we're
all,
gonna have to.
well, right.
We've got one.
We also ask the community for certain things, and so then if the ask is, hey, give us money so we can keep these schools open, we also are giving up asking the community to help us with additional security. Right, Central High School,
A community that's
but with
living with 9% inflation right now.
But what this does.
right. It's fine, it gives us options, right? People
What
like
this- What
options.
this does, I hope, and I think Dr. Carey mentioned earlier on, is what's critical in all this is that we regain or build trust in the community that we've been very thorough. And right now, I think it's reasonable to say there's been some real questions in the community about that. Not that anybody intended it to be that way. And that's why we're having this special meeting and for 4 hours now to really hash this out, that we want to have, when we get that recommendation, in 3 months, 6 months, whatever it may be, that people will, they may not like the decision, right? But, and what the outcome is, they may not be happy with it, but at least to have the confidence that have really been thorough in this, and that there is no other option. And it may be, like you said, it may be, we just have.
Well, I guess I'd rather under-promise and over-deliver, because I don't want to say that based on the data, and especially like I rely a lot on what Melanie's data is, and especially the one graph where our 2 lines, like I don't know where those eventually would meet. I mean, that is a huge gap. And so I guess, if, I feel like staff has looked at the options right over the last several years. And I do get that the school closure conversation was quick to sort of hit everybody. Obviously, like Dr. Hill said, if that could have been happening more frequently a couple of years ago, again, hindsight's 2020. So I do think between now and August, we have, and probably just like we're getting updates with the strategic plan, we would need updates on how this is rolling forward with, Dr. Hill and his team. I don't want to give a false hope that there's, to our community.
Absolutely.
That's just my only worry, because I don't want us to then seem like, well, you guys said this and now you're taking it back. So I'd rather and I'm always the person who's like, I'm the glass half full person. I always like to try to find the better way of doing it. It's also just the reality that there's got to be some things, and I'd hate to get back to where the district was in like '08, when they didn't get, the tax income from the property values because of the recession, which I know you mentioned at the very beginning of the meeting. It's two very different things. But then the district at that point was very much having to reevaluate and change. And I believe at the time the board put together a committee to try to help look at the budget and figure out where, brought some outside people in that could help look at where to make cuts. So,
And 2 points real quick. Thank you. They're right, spot on, truly. I want to, on one thing, again, my opinion, the money, by this delay, for lack of another word, or extension to really gain more understanding and give us clearer direction. It's been brought up, obviously, that would cost us money for next year, but I think we can look at that, I hope we look at it as an investment, because kids are getting educated and we're doing all those things, but it's an investment in our decision-making process, that we're very thorough, and that, yes, it costs some money, but sometimes it may end up saving us more too, because we've been more thoughtful in this. And
We also have a tiny bit.
exactly,
A tiny bit of wiggle room.
That's right.
With our elementary schools.
That's right.
I don't believe we have, and I think we're out of room with our middle school situation. I think that has to be addressed quickly.
It does
That's the cliff.
yeah. So anyway, I think
now.
good points, and I think there was a concern that, that we don't want to give false hope. I don't think anything here tonight has, it's been,
False hope.
I mean, I saw one of the young teachers go out crying to death, and so I think we're not giving anybody false hope. We're giving everybody the hope that we're being even more thoughtful than there. And as Dr. Hill said, it maybe gives him and the team and the HR people and transportation and maintenance and all the people that have to look at this to really give them a more singular focus about what we need for just for us, but for the community. Say that's a good decision, even if it means the school's getting cut. But I go back to, I think if we choose to go this route, that we clean the slate, and everything's an option now as far as that elementary picture, and the schools look at it like we're back in the deck. I was going to get a deck of cards tonight, shuffle them. They're all back in the deck, and we can lay it out, and we're going to look at everybody equally, because we talked about Fruta. We have 3 elementary schools out there that are at half capacity. And I'm not picking on Fruta. I'm just saying we have from one end of the valley to the other that we really need to scrutinize more carefully with these new viewpoints we'll be getting. And so then the good thing in this town, right, community, we have a lot of great resources. We have a university here. People there can help us. We have community planners that can help us. So I think we have a lot of resources if we tap into them well.
Will, did you have something?
So I'm just trying to figure out where we're at for direction. Are we all in agreement that we have to do the middle schools, or are we putting the middle schools on hold? Are we?
Well, I think that's where, if we need to make the vote probably next week, so that people know. I mean, like Melanie said, one way or the other, we have to make a decision. I think if the board needs to take some time to take this next week to ask any more questions or talk to anybody, we can do that. That's definitely been an option that's been laid out tonight. We're not taking any vote tonight. We can just kind of talk about what we've each expressed. And that was the point, was to kind of look at the options and the board to be able to share our thoughts and kind of chat about that.
But we did ask for more information about Fruta.
Right, we do want, yeah, so if. So if we don't feel like, if we can't get the information back, thank you, Carrie, for reminding us. If we can't get that information back, we would likely need to call a special meeting soon after the 7th to take a vote, because, I mean, HR's kind of at a standstill right now to be able to move forward with hiring for other schools, so.
So do we have are we going to hold off on the elementary till then, or is there a consensus now about?
I think we want to, so I think where, I'm sorry, you have more to say? No, I think we need to get Fruta, right? We wanted to get the information on Fruta, because I think then that will determine whether, kind of look at that along with East. And then at least I'm kind of sensing that everybody is willing to pump the brakes on the elementary school level, because I think we all feel like we have a little more breathing room with the FTE at the elementary school level. And then we can come back and give guidance to the district to formulate that process, get some additional people to confirm or work within the information that Shannon's already started. But we want, I just think the end of August is a good time frame, and a vote by October. I just don't think this is something a new school board right out of the gate to, well, however it ends up being. It's just way too much information.
I would hope and think if we get the information by September 1st, and we've all been a part of that along.
Right.
I don't think we need to October.
Well, no, yeah, I'm just kind of
no,
giving
you're
us
right,
a deadline that like we need it as a board, we need to be able to make a decision, because then that gives our families enough time for the following year to make a plan.
That shouldn't be, I wouldn't think that would be a problem.
Okay.
And I
I would hope it wouldn't.
I'm looking back at the middle school evaluation matrix right now, and yeah, I think definitely some more information this week, because, on here, East is one of the few schools who won't be under 400 students by 2027. So as we're talking about, yes, I know why it's East. I definitely look for very firm understanding of why we think it's East when we're looking at declining enrollment, when that school is not, when it's doing okay, when we're thinking about absolute
And the
numbers.
property there was a big consideration.
Yeah.
So there's no room for expansion.
One thing too, when Will and I were there talking to some of the folks at East, as you guys were, and we were talking about capacity of buildings, and they brought up to our attention that what was listed or identified as a capacity was, in their opinion, way out of whack. In terms of, if we were viewing it as we're warehousing kids, you probably could have that, whatever that high number, 600 something, because we're warehousing them, and you put 30 in a, they were saying the sweet spot for that school, and this was one teacher had been there 19 years, said is probably in that 500 range. Pardon me? 485. And so it was in that range of where they thought, you go much above it, it can be too many kids. And so I think that's something, again, as we look in this process, we have to consider those things too. And again, I think that most buildings would say that there's a warehousing type number we can provide, and then there's, okay, what is ideal, optimal for instruction and program delivery, and what's the number that works. And I don't know that for every building. That was just anecdotal information from some of the staff at East today, as an example.
Shannon, was there a second to East? I'm sorry, I don't have your presentation pulled up.
Like
It was Fruta.
What came next?
You want to amplify that?
Well, but together, right? Because we have a Fruta scenario.
But I think that, getting back to the capacity observations, there were two capacity models. One was 5 of 7 and one was 6 of 7. So what the principals saw was kind of the junior high capacity, which is where we were headed 4 years ago when we did that look, is that we didn't think we would be able to have a middle school capacity or schedule much longer. So that's what I showed. The middle school capacities, which are 5 of 7 periods in use for all of those built, for East and West, were in the low 500s, like 510, 540, something like that.
So then, I guess, all right, because I guess I'm seeing that fruit is something we are moving forward towards. So was there another middle school in town that was in
Well, it was
conversations versus East?
It was East or West.
Well,
Okay.
East, West, and Book Cliff all had the same grade. So
So a part of the evaluation is, can I draw a service area where the school will be relatively central in the service area? So that's part of the reason is the spacing of the schools is to to be able to draw a service area and have a school central to it. So, could Book Cliff be a consolidation candidate? Sure. Given where it's located relative to the other buildings, it would wind up having a pretty strange service area if it were. And so from a combinability standpoint, I have to look at these things as far as how's it gonna work for the next 40 years as a service area? And, that's the reason why it became east or west were the consolidation options for the schools that were in Grand Junction. It was just based upon where they are and can we run an institution with a building in that location and a service area that is around it.
If it comes down to east and west, I don't see the justification between the two of them.
Well, do you want me to kind of run through the bits and
This
pieces
just
of
gets
it?
back to my bigger point is that this, again, so again, the question is why, whatever, we're talking about these two specific schools. We're buying into the idea that if you want to draw uniform service areas around them, it comes down to east or west, but then why east or west? They're like a mile apart. So yeah, I feel like I need to feel really firm in that decision if we move forward to it. And I don't know if we want to do this or need to do this
I
tonight.
think we need to. I mean, that's why we're here tonight. I mean, I think what I recollected from that was when Shannon showed us where from west, what it could grab in a different area that in east you could not. I mean, so I think maybe looking at that again, I mean, if that's what we need, I mean, because if,
Own all that property.
well, but if we're talking about really considering a middle school, I think we need to look at it. I mean, if that helps, we need to look at that again, and we also need the information on,
Yeah, so maybe that's so a question for next time, to prepare like a clearer justification between these two schools.
so Shannon, if you are able to, and if Dr. Hill allows or okays it, if he could do Fruta, are we able to have Shannon bring all that information? It's like you guys are trying to fish that up there. Okay, there we go. Somebody lost their microphone? Okay. Oh, sorry, the cord for the computer. Well, I know it's long, guys, but I just feel like this is doing our due diligence for our. No, it's fine, Will? No. Well, why don't you guys just get up and go while Shannon's getting his stuff? I'd say y'all know where the bathrooms are, so if you need to. Please, could you just bring up showing us west versus east again for the board to be able to look at? It will at least be something that we can then take home with us for the next week to be able to look at. And thank you for those of you that stuck around with us for another long meeting. For 4 hours, I know, thank you.
Mondays are my day off. Yeah, tomorrow morning I get up 4:30. I usually go for at least an hour, hour and a half. I had to go pick him up right before this. I got him from the airport, took him home, and then came right to the meeting. So I didn't really get to see him when I got off the plane.
Sorry.
All right, if we can, do we have your stuff on the screen? Or can we get his presentation? They're not working. It probably was like, I'm done and turning off, yeah.
So here are the issues with east versus west. So they both get a 3. So both schools get a.
Feels like it does in the room.
So they both get a 3. The difference between the two schools that is in this evaluation rubric is significant growth potential in the area. There is none in east, so it got a closure score of 1.
Can you, wait, can I have you, what does significant closure, to have no significant closure, what does that mean?
To have what now?
Or significant growth, sorry. You said that,
I'll show you. So west is identified as having significant growth. So when I say significant growth, I mean square miles of growth potential. Okay, so when we look at the west attendance area, or what is more proximate to west, because west wouldn't own the attendance area, if east became the school, the attendance area becomes irrelevant. But what is proximate to west is northeast Grand Junction, right up north of F Road here. This is northeast of the mall, and those are growing subdivisions that we have been trying to reserve space in Pomona to accommodate. So that area, in addition to the Appleton attendance area in this part of Appleton, now again, less growth, but most of Appleton is already in the Fruta Middle School, Fruta 8-9 attendance area. But this near part of Appleton, that used to be Appleton is now Pomona, would have some growth in it. So to quantify that, there are about 3 half square mile areas worth of growth left in this immediate area that would develop as residential, that have been reserved, including this area here, 3 half square miles in this area, and maybe a little bit more up in here that would be proximate to west versus having to take that growth south of North Avenue to east. So that's why on that score sheet, east was identified as the closure candidate and west was not. Furthermore, we own the west site, whereas east, we do not own the field. And so we have access to that as a play field and can police dog walking and dog waste on that site, whereas we cannot on east. And that is a relevant issue. And also, east's drops are all on urban streets, whereas on west, we have some off-street drops. So those were the kind of the 3 overriding issues. Also, I felt I could draw a little bit better attendance area for west, and it was immediately proximate to Grand Junction High School, so it made it seem a little bit more viable as a secondary campus versus the separation that would be created by North Avenue by using east. Furthermore, this portion, these red students are east kids that are north of North. And so if we were to make east the school, not only would we have the north of North kids up here, we would also have the north of North kids that are associated with west. And these numbers are significantly greater than the numbers of kids that are south of North in this immediate area. Now, that does not include these kids that are over here in Pear Park, and I don't know exactly how that quantifies, but those kids are transported anyhow. And so I didn't really address that. And I think that I assigned those kids to Book Cliff because in parent vehicles, those children could go straight north to Book Cliff. These kids could go straight north to Book Cliff. So that kind of made some sense. Whereas if East became the surviving school, well, they would do the same thing. So in fairness, they would do the same thing under either scenario, because my preference would be to draw the same service area for both schools, regardless of which one was selected. So at any rate, here's the mapping for that. So here we have these kids going to Book Cliff, the red kids that are shown here. And this actually wound up coinciding with the high school attendance area nicely, but to be fair, it coincides whichever school you select. It works pretty well. But that's the reason why East and West became the pair of consolidation candidates, because of their proximity to each other and how the schools would be arrayed west to east across the valley. So in this circumstance, I have Grand Mesa in the center of its attendance area. So a student who is walking or cycling to school in that attendance area is in a pretty good spot. Book Cliff, we're looking at somewhat centered in the attendance area. So students who are cycling or walking to school are more likely to get there if they've missed a bus, or if they just want to get themselves to school, or they're driven to school. The trip demand becomes a little bit lower if they're centered in the attendance area. And then over here in West, this would be the service area regardless of whether we went with East or West. And West would be a little bit more in the center of its service area versus East, which would be a little bit more on the fringe, but arguably not that much, but a little bit. And it would also be south of North Avenue. So that's kind of the process by which West was identified.
I think my follow-up question would be, so how many students are within the walking, biking zone in West that would have to come across North to East? There'd be a comparison, right, versus the kids in East and Pear Park who have to go across North to Book Cliff relative to their walking and biking radius. You can just apply a quick radius in GIS.
I can kind of hazard a guess here, but I don't know without,
Love to have a
because there are so many transportation hazards in this area. But here's West, and I would say if a student lived north of, well, I would think getting across F Road for a middle school student on a crosswalk would probably be okay. But I would say this is probably the walking area for F Road, and let's test that now just for the heck of it.
Well, we don't have to do it right now. We can do it later.
Well, we're here and the software is here.
Okay.
So that's about 162 children. And if we're looking at the kids that could walk to East and assuming that North would be a transportation hazard, not assuming, would we take these children over here, or is that, they're on the
Yeah,
other
so we
side of
would
6 and
include-
50?
Well, we would include anybody who could then cross to Book Cliff too, because that's the comparison. It's crossing north across the board. So either everybody below has to go up, or that group above has to come down.
Well, these are the kids that could walk to East if you left East online. So if you left West online, you get 162. If you leave East online, you get 113. So it's a little bit better for West. But again, with East offline, these kids wind up, going to Book Cliff. So, these students would probably wind up being transported. And conversely, if these students up in here that are West students, if East stayed online, would be transported down to East. And I think I've lost my little gold line here because it's on the other graphic. But you can see that these students, these are the students that I would affect by changing their location. So anyway, I hope I've answered your question.
I would just love to have that summarized.
What's that?
A lot of information quickly. Just love to have that summarized for for when we talk about this again.
Well, why don't we just, I don't know, how do you want that summarized? Are you wanting that to be like more spelled out, like just with the numbers of what he just went through, or?
So all right, so I just am not totally, okay, so it was 130, how much was it for West? 133 for West. And then it'll be 108, but they'll be bused. And then presumably our thought is that not all the other ones will be bust that we're moving. I'm just trying to, if this is what we're comparing them on, I want to make sure that I understand exactly what this means to me. And
We can quantify and summarize that all for you.
that would be great, thank you. Because I want to be able to say, when parents say to me, this is why we are closing this school, I want to be like, here are all of the reasons, and I know them, instead of being like, yeah, I don't know, I don't remember, there was something about 20 more students who wouldn't cross north, you know?
So, okay, any other questions for Shannon on that? Okay, one other question, Mel, that was brought up to us during the break. I think there's some concern around, and I don't know that we asked it this clearly, but it might go to Nikki, but I think more for finance, is I think there's some worry that while we have we have natural attrition, people retiring, moving away, is the concern around teachers who have contracts with us now, waiting to where we then no longer have, it's probably a Nikki question too.
Sounds like a
Okay.
Nikki question.
Where we will not have the ability to fulfill those contracts because we won't be able to, if we wait, we won't be able to fill those spots. Because I think what the question is and the concern is that it's better for our people to have their jobs now, have those contracts, and have employment versus waiting, and then there is no opportunity for employment. Is that a real possibility that if we don't have, if we wait and we are not able to fill these positions, we literally may not be able to fulfill some of those contracts?
I think that that is a fair statement, and it's hard to look into our crystal ball and say, well, what's going to happen for next year, right? So what we know is that heading into this year with whatever it is that the board decides to recommend, that through attrition and through the number of staff that are going to go to receiving schools, we think that we can handle that. We know we can handle that through displacement. Now, next year, there's a lot of variables that come into play, right? It could be additional school closures, it could be additional financial climate that we're in versus compared to this year. So there's just more unknown that we would have to work through next year, just as we worked through this year.
So I think that's kind of the question is, we know what we know now. We know what FTE we need to work with. We may not know what that's going to be next year. And if we delay and we spend money trying to prolong the process, we may also end up not being able to employ our teachers, which for me is concerning, and for the questioner who is concerning, because now you're basically taking somebody out of a job and there's no more job. So, I mean, like you said, we're dealing with unknowns for next year. It might be fine, it might not, or we might be having to find more FTE to cut, which then just means like, even if we had our natural attrition, that may not be enough to move people around in the district to retain them and retain employment.
True, and I want to just be very clear that it's always in everybody's best interest, and what we value is that we want to try to do everything we can to try to keep staff in the district. And so we would work through what that looked like next year, and there may be some things that we can talk about that we've implemented in prior years But we would approach that in that manner, in that we want to try to keep people here. We're going to do everything we can in order to do that. But the more cuts we have, and if we have some financial uncertainty, obviously that compounds the solution and the issue.
I think I'm more making it, kind of saying it to myself as something that we need to think about, because we can deal with what we know now, or we're gambling with what we don't know for what that's going to happen next year. And I think the concern is that, are we then gambling with people's livelihoods? I think it's just something we need to think on for the next week.
Yeah.
And then Will, I think you had one kind of more concluding thought on kind of where we were gonna, your concern around the starting over piece, and what your thoughts were on starting at the 2 and then looking at the 10 and.
No, I just want to make sure, I just want to make sure that we're making the right decisions, so where we're at, not starting over, but, like everybody said, not playing with people's livelihood either. And, so I think it's almost good that we just, like I said, we leave the list where it's at. We look at that list and see if everybody on that list needs to be on that list. And it could be, that list stays the same, or it could be we add to that list. But I think if we start completely over, we didn't have other schools that worry and unnecessarily worry. But I just think it's better that we, still have the list, but I'm not saying, but start with that list, start Orchard, Lincoln, Scenic, West, wherever, and go from there. But I want to make sure, but about my question, I had one final question to be fine. I know we talked about having a committee and having Shannon talk to, or having somebody talk to Fruta. I want to make sure that we're completely 100%, Shannon, that's his job, that's what we're doing. Are we having him go talk to Fruta, and we're okay with him talking to Fruta? Because I don't want to be back here saying we don't trust anything that he said. So I want to make sure that if we say we want him to talk to Fruta, then it's Shannon talking to Fruta. So
I'm fine with that.
That's just where I'm.
Yeah, same. I just want to note that Fruta Elementary Schools are off the table then if we don't reconsider. And Fruta Elementary Schools are the lowest across the board. Is that the decision we want to make?
My concern, and maybe we should work this backwards, is my concern is that when we first started this conversation just even a few weeks ago, we already had people kind of in a stir around their school, and their school wasn't one that was identified. I'd like to maybe walk it back a little bit differently, can we start with Orchard Avenue and Lincoln Orchard Mesa? Have Dr. Hill, his staff, the committee, look at those two, then just look at the 10. And then, because I'm concerned that now every school is going to be back in a panic around what it could or couldn't be. And I wonder if we should just walk it back from the information we already have.
I think that's why the standard best practices clearly detail what are the criteria and what are the metrics and measurables, so everybody understands what those things are. And so, that could help us, if people start to bombard us, like we can deal with emails, it's okay. But if people start to bombard us, we can say, well, here's our criteria, and then they can see if their school will fall within or outside of their criteria. And it can be an informed process that we can point to. I am not on board with starting at where we are now, again, because our most empty schools are off the table, and we have made some very arbitrary decisions that I do not agree with. And so I hear what you're saying, but I think that we help people feel more calm by being clear and transparent and developing a process. I think that the way we don't do it is just saying, okay, we've gotten to this point, we're gonna dig our heels in, and we're just moving forward from here. I think we say, okay, this is how we're gonna develop a process and just be absolutely transparent.
Well, I think we should probably outline maybe a little more clearly what Shannon's already done, because I'd imagine that part of that system is in the best practices, and at least start to pinpoint what some of those pieces are.
Can you give us that, Shannon? I mean, can you just like list out what your criteria was for making this decision? Or for selecting the. For the selection of the 10 out of all the schools, and then how you narrowed it down?
Then why is Fruta off the table?
Because there are large-scale growth areas in those attendance areas, and most districts do not dispose of public assets in areas where there is significant growth. And so that's the reason I didn't include them. Would you like to, if we relax that criteria, we could put Shellady combining with Rimrock and Monument View, and we could put Loma and Shellady as a combination candidate in a pairing and put them back in the group and then run numbers based on that.
I am not, what I absolutely do not want to do is I do not want to sit here and say, well, here's, one other reason and one other reason. I want a process that everybody understands. Again, like I have a real big problem with like that one school that wasn't included because of its architecture. Like we need to go back, set clear standards and move forward from there. And maybe we agree on those standards already and we say, all right, because there's maybe going to be growth in Fruta that we've been hoping for since 2012 that has not transpired, maybe eventually there will be, so all those are off the table. Maybe that's a decision that the group makes, but I'm not there.
I've done processes where evaluation teams picked the criteria. And that could be one thing that you could do is, as an evaluating group, you could identify the criteria that you want to score.
Well, forgive me, and I probably wasn't clear, that's what I thought we were suggesting, is that we form this committee, for lack of another term, that does that very thing, and then you can go back, so putting the cart before the horse, is determine that, and then look at all the schools and say which one, and so Orchard and LOM may be right back on there, but so may other schools, and like you said, one of the criteria may be that if this looks like a growth area, they're gonna be off the table, even if their capacity utilization thing is under what other criteria says. So I think that's the point when you look at steps, forgive me, with the steps, that would be step one to develop the criteria and then see who fits into it. And that should be a pretty easy exercise once you've determined that. If you're gonna look at this, and that, you meet.
I think Shannon's already established
I do
criteria.
too. I mean, I do too, and I just want to throw the question to you, Dr. Hill. Did you guys give Shannon some of those criterion that you wanted him to work with? Was it 100% Shannon just came and said, here's what I think? Or was it a collaboration of you and your team about how we came to 10 and then we came to 2?
Yeah, so y'all are asking questions about a lot of different things. So
Sorry. I don't know how else to ask it.
I think there's also some assumptions built in, but maybe that shouldn't be the case. So we've gotten questions on why aren't you considering some of the choice schools? Well, we put caps on those schools. They can only take so many kids because of what we've basically set that up for them. So that's something that I would have thought would have been wouldn't need to be stated.
Right.
But we still have gotten questions about that. So I think backing up, if we need to go back to that and say, we're not gonna consider closing a school, and I hate listing schools off because I don't want them to feel like we're talking about them, but so a new Emerson, right? That's a small school. We have to do a small school factor for that building. Are we saying that we want to close that building? It's a choice school. Kids, they do a lottery process. We tell them they get capped out at a certain number. So they're a small school because we've set them up to be a small school. If we don't want that anymore, then that's a discussion we need to have. So that's getting back to having a conversation about things like that. Or if we don't actually think Fruta growth's gonna happen, then I guess we do need to talk about the Fruta area. My understanding is that we've been anticipating growth in the Fruta area for a long time. So that's why when Shannon came to us, he said he's not looking at that area for the elementary schools because you're gonna need room for when those schools do have more families moving into the area. If we don't want that, we can have that discussion. So he focused on the areas where the enrollment decline, and I don't want to speak for you, but enrollment decline was happening in those neighborhoods. And how do we actually take care of those schools in those neighborhoods where the enrollment decline is happening? The Fruita area is something that was done to that area, I would say, because when a new elementary school was open there, we did pull kids from the other schools. So, you know, we're getting into a whole lot of other discussions that I don't know that we necessarily had time to have. So, yeah, some of those assumptions were built in. I didn't think that we were going to be talking about, do we need to talk about choice schools? And if we're going to close choice schools, I mean, those are things that I wouldn't think would be on the table.
Well, and that gets back to if we were in agreement, maybe not, that we formulate this committee and we hash through those details that need to be hashed through, and then through that, you then develop the list of schools that we're going to look at further.
See, I think the criteria has already been set. The number one factor is the declining enrollment in that area.
Then Fruita would be a candidate.
Okay, then we can,
Or is it just not growing?
but where I get concerned is that if we start all the way from the beginning again, I mean, we can make it clear, I mean, yeah, whether we're doing choice schools or not, but if the enrollment decline is in that area, then, okay, throw Fruita back into that mix, which, again, we are looking at Fruita, trying to figure out some things.
Is Fruita in decline, or is it stabilized? Is it?
Enrollment.
And then with the amount of potential for growth in Fruita, that would make sense to me. If Fruita is not in a decline or a significant decline, then that might change the Fruita that conversations.
So what's the possibility, I mean, and I'm just asking, what is the possibility that if we have this committee, and this committee we say by, like you said, by August 1st or September 1st, we have these answers done. So if they look at it and say, okay, hey, we've looked at Fruita needs to be in this group. We've looked at, you know, such and so in town, they need to be in this group. Is that a possibility that we can just, I mean, because we're going to go round and 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 round when we don't need to. So we either have a committee to set these things up and look at these things and decide a date that we need an answer on this date and that's it, or we, you know, sit here until the cows come home wondering what's going on, in my opinion.
And I think that's a great point. I think what you've said is Shannon's done this work, and I think we've all agreed with that. He's done work on this, but the thought and the idea behind the committee was to add to that, and the criteria that he established with work with Dr. Hill and the group, we're not discounting that criteria. We're just saying, are there other factors, other things we want to look at, and why we want to look at those, and then the ship can start rolling. But
That's what I'm saying, is can they go with what he's recommended, the 2 and the 10, and look at those first, and with the criteria that's been established. But I think we're just having a fundamental disagreement here, because, and I understand what Dr. Schultes is saying, is that we should just start from the beginning and start from there. I'm just saying, if there's some criteria that's already been laid out, why are we not just looking at, you know?
no, I get it. So, but what if this committee then determines a factor or a criteria that would then include the Fruita schools as an example? So do you not put them in because they weren't in the original list, or do we open it up because the group has extended the criteria that was already established?
I think in my mind, the way, and correct me if I'm wrong, Shannon, I think there's, again, everybody's just, this is it's an art and a science of trying to make a prediction, right? I mean, this would be so much easier if we know exactly what it was going to be. I mean, because then you could just say it definitively, because you would know that, you know, the outcome is going to be. We're trying to make a prediction. I think because Fruita may have lower enrollment, I think the expansion out there negates the lower enrollment, because there is room for expansion there. When you look at schools in the city, they have declining enrollment, but they don't have the value to offset growth or expansion. So I think when we are looking at a 20 or 30, 40-year plan down the road, we can only hit so much growth in Grand Junction proper because there's no more land to build a property on. Granted, some miraculous event might happen. Summer of Love, I think is as it was put, but that we might get more kids at some point. But the point is that when something happens, the growth is gonna go where there's vacant land. The families will move to where the homes are being built and where they are. So I guess I see one value offsets the other, which then is why Fruta is taken off the table. I guess that's how I'm seeing it.
So I don't disagree, but Fruta has 750 empty seats right now. And so I think you're right. I think that if we start with saying, like, here are the criteria, and here's how we evaluated it, and start there. But I also want to ask the question, does the committee agree with the criteria? And if it's this obvious, then the committee will be like, yes, we agree with the criteria, we're good to go. As long as they're tasked, as long as everybody understands that we're not gonna get out of closing schools here, that, they'll be like, okay, we evaluate it, we agree, that makes perfect sense, moving on. But I want to, again, it is by far the most disproportionately massive vacant seat that, raw number and relative percent than anywhere. So, hopefully the committee would just be like, yep, makes sense, we're good to go. And,
I think that sounds fair.
okay, great.
All right. Do I dare ask if there's any more questions? Any more comments? Okay, I'll say it quietly. All right. I think our time is done and we are baked, right? Oh, sorry, I thought that was what we were doing.
That was the discussion.
No, there is no more other board open discussion. Well, there is, but we're gonna take it one step at a time. All right. Okay, I think we're good. We'll just have our workshop March 7th, and I think we'll determine whether the board feels comfortable having a small business meeting at that time to do a vote.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the consensus.
makes sense.
Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody.